Good morning, guys, and welcome out to Revolution. And so this video is called Examining Debate, Did Jesus Rise from the Dead? Bart Ehrman versus Jonathan Sheffield by Nick Sayers, Part 5. And so in our previous video, we sort of ended with Bart sort of claiming that Jonathan Sheffield was going to some of the apocryphal works of Pontius Pilate. And so there's been quite a lot written about Pontius Pilate, that he became a Christian and all sorts of things. And there's a lot of apocryphal works about Pilate. And so some of these are fantastical. You know, he has his head chopped off and he floats up into heaven and all sorts of strange things. Now, Bart Ehrman was showing a book that he had co-written, and this was before misquoting Jesus. And so basically what it was a retranslation of the apocryphal works surrounding that type of material. And so I Googled it, and straight away there was a PDF online with it. And so I just went through and read the parts about Pontius Pilate. And so basically it wasn't really even Bart's own ideas or anything like that. It was more so just a bit of a fresh retranslation of those source documents and having all the sources in one book. So it's a bit of a reference tool. And Bart has written a book on the gospel on the gospel of according to, I can't remember actually which book it is, but he does mention quite a lot about Pontius Pilate there. So he knows quite a bit about it. Now, what I found myself doing in my last video, because a lot of this, I'm listening through it, but there's details that I want to sort of jump into and get into the weeds. And so I was just jumping on Wikipedia and looking at some of the documents about Pontius Pilate. Now, Bart Ehrman has made the claim that Jonathan Sheffield is believing these apocryphal stories. And so I thought it was a pretty big accusation. And he said, I want to hear what Jonathan has to say about that. And I also want to hear that as well. And so when I'm doing these videos, I'm trying to be just as critical of Jonathan Sheffield as I am of Bart Ehrman. Obviously, I'm on the side of Jonathan Sheffield. He's a Textus Receptus guy. He's an intelligent man. He as far as I'm aware, follows the King James Version. And so we would have a lot in common in those areas. But Bart Ehrman, obviously, he's an atheist agnostic. He's probably one of the leading voices against Christianity in our generation. And so, of course, I want Bart Ehrman's tactics and his methodology in this debate to fail. I want him to lose this debate. But sometimes, and I'm not saying this is going to happen here, but sometimes people can make good points. And I think it's very good for us as Christians not just to barrack for a team regardless. Some people will, I'll hear a preacher say something or someone in a debate, and they say something really silly, but they're on our side. And I think, no, that's not right. And we should just call those things out. And, someone like Bart Ehrman, he can get things right every now and then. And it doesn't mean that we have to just reject absolutely everything. That a Jehovah's Witness can get things right. A Mormon can get things right. A Catholic, you can be in the middle of debating with them and they say something and it's like, actually, that's true. That one point, you mightn't lose the whole debate over it, but that is a truth that I should really follow. And so I think we should just jump straight into this. Now, let's make this bigger. I'll make sure the audio is on. And so, last time it finished probably about 30 seconds after where I'm going to start. So just so you'll get the context. And then he starts talking about Paul. And so I thought about it and thought, well, I'll let Jonathan answer for himself with the whole Pontius Pilate thing and see where he goes. And that'll be a very interesting thing. And one of the reasons why I'm jumping into this area is I sort of feel like over the years I've studied a lot about, the majority text and the critical text and Westcott and Hort and, the Beza, Erasmus, the Textus Receptus, and I still want to, keep diving deep into those issues. But there seems to be quite a big fight among apologists and also, I guess, people just coming against the new atheists and these agnostics, text critics who are sometimes Jesus mythicists. They don't believe Jesus existed, or people like Bart Ehrman who believe Jesus existed, but most certainly it's not what the Gospels make out. You can sort of pick and choose little bits of historical information here and there and say, well, he probably was born around this area and probably might have been crucified and this type of thing, but he probably didn't do any miracles, probably didn't rise from the dead, this type of thing. And so I guess I've kind of ignored this type of thing because I came out of this world. I didn't believe in Jesus at all. Like if I was like 18 years of age and someone put a gun to my head and said, which God is the true God? And I had to answer, I'd be like, I don't know, like Buddha, I had no idea about anything. I was just kind of illiterate and just going with what the Australian culture had, which was just like nihilism. You believe in evolution, you're a type of primate, and if you act like a monkey, it doesn't really matter, because if I punch you in the face or I give you a chocolate cookie, it's the same thing. Nothing really matters, So I could kill you, or I could make you a hot, roast lamb meal, and it's the same thing. Like in a million years, it's not going to matter. We're just stardust. We just come from goo. And, many adults around me would say things like, when you die, they just throw dirt in your face and that's it. There's no afterlife. And so you're sort of waiting for this time when there's just going to be nothing. So it's just nihilism. And so all your morals just go out the window, because why show kindness if you have to go out of your way and sacrifice? And it's survival of the fittest. You're like, well, I'm not going to spend my money on this person, that they can just disappear, and the whole culture that I was raised up in, having that type of mentality, after a while it soaks into your spirit and you just become a complete nihilist. And so I would have, if I had still been an atheist today, if I was still alive, I doubt I would have been. I would have gravitated towards these people as my default argument. If someone said, oh, Christianity is true, I'd just say, well, no, the Bible has all these errors in it. Just ask Bart Ehrman, or I would look to someone like Myth Vision and they would say, oh, Jesus probably didn't exist, or I think they've changed their mind and they say he does exist, or he did exist. And so I would gravitate toward their argumentation because that's just what you grow up with. It's very convenient to have that. And I sort of feel too that a lot of people, they want an intellectual argument against something like Christianity, because Christianity is making some very solid claims of truth. And so to just have a go-to guru that you can point to, a lot of people have used like Richard Dawkins over the years and pointing to him and, you should read The God Delusion and, this type of thing. And now it seems to be like, well, look at Bart Ehrman. He's proven the Bible wrong. Or Dan McClellan, look at him. He's showing where there's problems in the Bible. And so I thought, well, I should really jump into that arena, even though, if you're regular here, and I know some people are regular and they do listen to stuff, they contact me and say, I listen to all the videos. I guess you can sort of tell that this is something that I'm not really that confident in. I'm just like, okay, we're going through trying to prove that Jesus did this and did that because there's a contradiction in the book of Acts in 15 places or whatever Bart Ehrman says. And it's like, so that disproves Acts, and Acts was written, 100 years later. So the goalposts are just constantly changing, where I guess I've always been way more comfortable in at least a Christian setting where the goalposts are there. And I'm saying to people who are redefining words in Bible translations and all that they're missing the point, or they've moved the goals slightly. Not it's completely opposite, or there's no goal posts. There's no game, there's no soccer field, there's just nothing. And to me, it's confusion. And I know I used to live in that world of just believing anything. And I've listened to a few podcasts of Myth Vision, and I'm just like, man, these guys are just in total confusion. And it just seems like they have this parallelism where if they find some ancient myth that has maybe a resurrection story, or the hero dies in a horrible way, like a Braveheart or something like that, but in the ancient world, well, that's where the Gospels copied it from. And so it's almost like the Christians can never have an original thought. They've never thought of something themselves. They have to have borrowed everything. And so, when it comes to like the purple robe that was put on Jesus, well, there's some myth out there that some beggar was given a robe and, all this stuff. And so it had to come from that story, this type of thing. And I just find it really sloppy. And Bart Ehrman, he doesn't seem to be exposing those guys. He just seems to be exploit what he feels is exposing, the Christians. And I know, like, when, say, the Da Vinci Code came along, he was coming against that and saying it was silly. But then it wasn't far down the road that he was doing his own books and talking about Jesus Interrupted, misquoting Jesus, these type of books, which seem to be very, very much like the Dan Brown type of series. There's a lot of misinformation. There's a lot of things that are blown way out of proportion. Like one variant seems to just override absolutely everything. And so I just find Bart is not really being honest. And even people who are on the critical text side, they tend to turn around and say, hey, Bart Ehrman's just, he's not really representing the critical text side. But the problem is Bart Ehrman is like a Siamese twin to the academy. So the Christian Academy, they've had Bart in there, who is the final student of Bruce Metzger. See, to me, being a Textus Receptus guy, Bart Ehrman's wrong. Bruce Metzger's wrong. Carlo Martini's wrong. Westcott and Hort's wrong. Like all these scholars who are part of the Biblical Academy have just been wrong, associated with heretics, they're liberals. And so I'm just looking at it all as one cohesive group where people who follow the modern versions and believe that the Westcott and Hort text and the Nestle Alarm series that follows it is the best text, like Bart Ehrman does. I guess they're seeing just variations within their own group, but I'm outside of that. And so I guess I've sort of, I haven't really jumped in and started fighting against these guys. I guess it's almost like a completely different art form. I guess it's like I've got a little niche market, and I'm only doing, taekwondo or something. You have to do all those rules, where these guys are sort of like doing sumo wrestling or something. It's like a completely different thing. And I'm like, yeah, it's still fighting, but it's like, man, it's so different, And even though I've read Bart Ehrman's, all these early works, Jesus Interrupted, Misquoting Jesus, and because I had it in audio, I just listened over and over and over and got the gist of what he was saying. And it just wasn't convincing at all. And I think there is a lot of fear around Bart Ehrman because he is an intellectual guy. He knows a lot and covers a lot of ground, but he is wrong on many, many things. And so to me, he's an intellectual. Like, I can run into Jehovah's Witnesses who are very smart people. They know a lot about the Watchtower magazine and the Kingdom Hall and everything that involves Jehovah's Witnessism. But they are just simply wrong on fundamental things. And so to me, Bart Ehrman is basically like starting a cult, but he is not really worshipping what he is talking about, but he's actually worshipping something else. And the thing is too, his belief system, evolution, there has to be certain miracles within evolution for it to come true. You have to have, in the beginning, obviously, most evolutionists believe abiogenesis, you get life from non-life. How did that happen? It has to be a miracle, and so, we come from stardust. Where did everything come from? Big Bang sort of thing, but when you get to the actual theory of evolution, it's the evolution of the species. There's no evidence of that. There's just missing links all the way through, and it just requires miracle after miracle after miracle. And so he believes that that's genuine science. So from my perspective, I'm like, okay, I'm a Christian. I believe God made everything. So when you have that perspective, for Jesus to rise from the dead, well, yeah, God could do that because he's a supernatural God. And the Bible would talk about that because it's talking about a supernatural God, where Bart's claiming that everything he's doing is neutral. It's just science. He's just following, consensus and peer-reviewed articles and books and things like that. And evolution's been proven sort of thing. And so, but he has a belief system, and in his belief system, he is following. He's basically not admitting that it takes miracles to believe what he believes, and so, but that's what he believes now, and he is continuously sort of mocking and deriding and coming against the supernatural element of the Bible. But see, the thing is, we claim that it's a supernatural book. We claim that God's a supernatural God. So, of course, we have supernatural elements to what we believe, like resurrections and healings and all this sort of stuff. But so Bart Ehrman's saying it's what I'm following is it's just rationalism. It's just completely neutral. I'm just doing the science, like a good scientist walking around with my beaker and just doing tests and stuff like that. Like he's making out as if that's what he believes. That's where his belief system comes from, just from a neutral science. But it's not neutral at all. And really, I can't understand why people follow Charles Darwin when really all that he had was a Bible college degree. He wasn't really like, I understand he knew the sciences, but he wasn't like, if I turned up and said, hey, I've got a Bible college degree and I've got this big theory about how the earth came together and how animals different species evolve into other species, you would say, oh, like Bart would say, what's your credentials? Has your theory been peer reviewed and all this sort of stuff? Where Charles Darwin, he didn't have the credentials outside of Christianity. Like he basically could have turned around and he was more qualified to be a pastor than he was to be a scientist. And so, but what I find, the more that I look at certain historical groups, these a lot of these things that are dead set against Christianity actually have roots in like Christianity that is twisted scriptures and things like that. So we look at Roman Catholicism. Obviously, they're claiming to use the Bible, but they have popes and nuns and priests and all sorts of weird things that just simply are not part of the Bible, New Testament. We see the Gnostics, that they twisted everything. And so I sort of find that some of the greatest enemies of Christianity are those who get the Bible and just twist it a little bit. And then you give it like 20, 30 years and that becomes a main enemy of Christianity. And so like evolution, Charles Darwin, he was qualified to be a preacher, but his teachings have become one of the main reasons why people would reject Christianity. They say, I believe in science, because they've morphed science with this theory, and it's unproven, but they say it's science and they just teach it in school. And so, but anyway, I'm sort of diverting and I'm starting to preach. I'm going to let Bart start. And so he is going to be talking about Pontius Pilate and some of the apocryphal works that talk about Pontius Pilate.
Okay, so you can find that in these Pilate Gospels. I'm a little surprised that Jonathan is taking these as historical accounts. I've done a lot of research on them. There's not a lot of research done on them because scholars don't take them as historical. Don't know of anybody who thinks that these are describing things that happened, and so I'm interested in Jonathan saying some more about that. And
I'm very interested too, because Bart Ehrman's made this accusation against Jonathan, and maybe Jonathan's wrong, and I'll just point that out, and I guess, like I said earlier, I don't just choose a side and go, well, we're right no matter what, and that's why it's really hard for me to commit to any political party or anything like that, because they can be right on 90% of stuff, but the 10%, it's like, how can I justify them having this type of belief? And so I think the problem is with politics, you just have to constantly compromise, So I just want truth. And sometimes, Textus Receptus, King James people can be completely wrong. And even, people more on the intellectual side of the Textus Receptus argument, they can be wrong. And so I'm waiting to see what Jonathan says as well.
So I think that will be interesting. I was somewhat struck by the fact that he didn't really rebut much of anything I said. For example, about the gospel narratives and Paul. How is these things are written decades later. They are people claiming that they saw something. Is that the kind of evidence? Something written decades later that a historian would say, oh yeah, well, it's probably right. If Paul, writing 25 years later, says that he saw Jesus, well, then he must have seen Jesus, because and a historian would conclude on that basis that one person writing 25 years later, who says he saw somebody alive after he died, that's evidence that the laws of nature were broken.
Well, if you have the presupposition that there is a God, see, Bart Ehrman's got a presupposition that there is no God, but everything just miraculously sort of developed patterns, and planets just aligned, and the sun is just a perfect distance from the Earth, and the moon just so happens to work on the tides and on on the reproductive system of a woman, and this type of thing. He just thinks that's all chance, which to me, it's miracles. Like, how can you get something so precise, but not say that that's a miracle? So he believes in miracles, but he just doesn't like our miracles. He has his own creation myth, but he doesn't like our creation story. And so he just he rejects it. He thinks our God, if you've ever read God's Problem that Bart Ehrman wrote, he basically sort of, everything that we would point to with the devil and say, well, the devil's a liar and a thief, and he caused sin to enter into the world and all that sort of stuff. Well, Bart Ehrman believes that that's God, and God, he is the one doing all these problems. And so I understand that there are some people in certain aspects of Calvinism who believe that God, designed evil, he made evil. I don't believe that. Usually scriptures that are used, I remember reading A.W. Pink, and he said that God created evil, and I studied through that, and it was like, no, evil just means calamity in that verse. And I don't think the Bible says clearly God is light, and in him is no darkness at all. Jesus said the devil is a liar and a thief and a murderer from the beginning. There's nothing good in him, but in God, it's only good. And so Bart seems to, in his God's Problem book, he just seems to get all the bad attributes of Satan and apply them to God and say, well, and just have these stories about, World War II and people in concentration camps. And it's like, where's God in all this? Well, the world is fallen and in sin. It's become a ghetto. And so Satan is the prince of this world, And so what are we expecting, to be tiptoeing through the tulips? God has already flooded the world and wanted to basically wipe it all out and start again, but he allowed Noah to continue, and he's allowing us to continue. Obviously, there's a prophetic plan. The book of Revelation spells all that out. Matthew 24, Mark 13, Luke 21 talks about what's going to happen. And there will be a time where there's 1,000-year millennium, but after that, there's going to be a new heaven and a new earth. And so God is going to fix it all up, but it's like a mop-up mission. This is like a rescue mission. Jesus dying on the cross is a rescue mission for us. He's our savior. We need a savior now. We didn't need one before. And so, anyway, Bart seems to just hate Christianity. But he's not pulling apart all the silly aspects of evolution, is he? He's not talking about how, some of the, like, if you just listen to the arguments by young Earth creationists, which I adhere to young Earth creationism, they have some very, very good arguments. And, Bart Ehrman he would just dismiss it like it's flat Earth, it's unscientific. You have to have a supernatural God in the beginning. And this is why getting rid of the supernatural element in the scriptures, they want to get rid of univocality, which is basically the fact that God oversaw the writing of the Bible, and the words that are in the Bible speak almost as if there's one voice in it. And when you study through it, there are themes that start in Genesis and they finish in Revelation, and they go through a lot of different periods of time, but themes of who God is, themes of what he does, supernatural themes of prophecy, fulfillment of prophecy, this type of thing. And you can see the hand of God in that. When you're studying something in Matthew and then you're studying something in Revelation and it lines up and you're like, wow, that's amazing. That's a really, how did these group of fishermen just do that? How did they put all that together? When you see the hand of God in that, you can see that there is a supernatural God. And so I guess the thing is they have to get rid of the univocality because it's getting rid of God. They just want God out of the picture. But then also what they do in the New Testament, they have this complicated way that we got the Gospels. They all copied from Mark, or they had a Q source, or they had Matthew and Mark copied from Luke and sort of from each other and this type of thing, with greasebacks theories. And these are just overly complicated instead of understanding that they all had the same subject. If you get a historian talking about World War II, just say they're specifically talking about Japan in World War II, and a historian writes about that, and another one writes about it, and another one, and they will come up with similar things that have been said, similar events, important things. And the thing is too, like some of these guys that have been listening to on the atheist, agnostic, skeptic side, they oftentimes say, well, how would they know what Jesus was saying in the Garden of Gethsemane? Well, he was around for 40 days after he rose from the dead. Maybe he talked to the disciples about that. That there are some really logical answers to why these things could have been known. They just make out it's just this huge mystery. And the problem is too, these guys are not reading the Bible like a Christian is. They're not reading it from cover to cover, applying it to their life and saying that's true, or that they're lining things up. They're only just really focused in on, where's a contradiction? Oh, there's a contradiction. Or where's something that doesn't agree, or that we're going to focus on that, or where's there a textual variant in the last 12 verses of Mark? Let's focus on that. And so they're just focusing on all these quirky little weird things and not on the whole story. And so to me, when I read through the scriptures, when I went from atheism and I started reading the Bible, I was amazed. Like no movie, no book, no experience has ever shocked me as much as when I've read the scriptures and I'm like, this is like the voice of God just speaking straight to me. When I open the Bible, it's like I've opened the mouth of God and he's speaking straight to me. And I can see all these patterns and themes and things in it that I just don't find in other books. I get the Book of Mormon and I'm bored out of my brain in 10 seconds. I look at Jehovah's Witness stuff and it's like, it's just, oh, that's confusing. Oh, that's wrong. Or, Book of Mormon, it's got like, they've just plagiarized the King James Bible. It's like, good on you guys. Like straight from the King James with the old language and everything. But anyway, I'll catch up with some of these comments so I don't get too far behind. Helg is in the house, living the dream. It's me, Wheels, says, good evening, guys. Ben Yeshurun, I should get that name right one day, says modern academia and science is not concerned with supernatural or miracles. Yes, but they do believe in supernatural and miracles in evolution, but they just won't admit that those are supernatural and miracles. If you just give it a long time, it's like, in a far away, in a galaxy, long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away, this type of thing. Once upon a time, you just give it a long time. It's like, how did the whales, they apparently have hip bones, which are not their hip bones, it's their reproductive bones. But apparently they used to walk, so how long did that take? Well, it took millions of years, this type of thing. So there should be evidence of this everywhere, but there's not. There's zero evidence. And so that takes a miracle to believe that, just because you stretch it out over a long period of time. If I said, hey, this pen here became a loaf of bread or something, and you're like, no, that's ridiculous. But I said, no, it just took 7,000 years for it to happen. It's still silly just because you give it a long period of time. But yeah, good point there, Ben. Shall Stand Forever says his view and many like him do indeed present themselves as just following the evidence and the science. So they present themselves as full of humility, but won't be humble in the notion of a creator. Yeah, it's like, hey, I've got no bias here. I'm just looking at the facts. I'm just saying 1 + 1 = 2. If you want to argue against that, well, you're an idiot. And it's like, no, you're not just saying 1 + 1 = 2. You're saying 1 + 1 = 2.874. You've got all this other stuff with it, and it's not adding up. And that's why I started to focus on some of the claims of contradiction, because oftentimes that's their pillar. They'll have an argument and then they'll say, well, of course, Matthew and the Book of Acts contradict when it's talking about Judas, and how he died. And when you go through it, it's like I could apply that story to any Hollywood script or any book of truth or fiction or whatever, and it would be understandable. But these guys are like, no, you can never reconcile it. You'd have to be just lying to yourself and just trying to please your pastor or trying to please your denomination, or you just have to have cognitive dissonance to go down that route, And it's like they should admit when they've got a weak argument. The whole Judas thing is one of the weakest arguments I've ever heard anyone talk about a contradiction. Or probably the weakest one is, when they say in the Book of Acts that there's a contradiction because Paul heard the voice of Jesus, but the others heard also. But Paul later on says, I heard it, but they didn't hear the voice. So they're like, it's a contradiction. And it's like, no, just read the text through. It's clearly talking about when you hear something, like someone could shout at me something. I hear what they're saying. Everyone else hears someone shouting, but they didn't hear what they were saying. I heard the words. I understood. I comprehended it. The word hear has many different meanings. And so, well, in a sense where you can hear a noise, but you didn't hear what was being said. And so that's what Paul's saying. So these guys are actually just going against basic common sense, really. And so, I understand if they want to doubt like supernatural things in the Bible and say there's no God and all that. It's like, okay, well, that's up to you. But to have stories that are just, they, at a first glance, you're reading through and it's like, oh, hang on, Paul said that he heard the voice and no one else heard it. But earlier on, it was like, oh, no, they all heard a voice. Well, yeah, there's two different aspects to hearing. And so that's easily reconciled. Like, it's not even coming against like a supernatural claim or anything like that God spoke or anything. It's just coming against something that if you had that in a Harry Potter book, it would be understood. People, like if someone came and stood in front of another person and said something and everyone else heard, but they didn't understand it, or they didn't hear exactly what was being said. They heard something, but they didn't hear it. And so, like, to me, these are the dumb, like, even just explaining it, I feel dumber for explaining that. It's like I'm explaining to a toddler, how to tie your shoe or something. It's like, come on, guys, like, don't have it like, but these are some of their biggest claims. These are some of their best arguments, the pillars that they have. They're like, oh, there's all these contradictions in the book of Acts. And you go through it and it's like, where? You're saying that's a contradiction? Now, of course, in any literature, in the newspaper today, there's probably seeming contradictions. I mean, a lot of people have been pulling President Trump over the coals for, he's saying one thing and saying another thing, and, about Iran at the moment. And there's contradictions there. But the thing is, when we're talking about basic things like Judas, they make out that when he went and bought a block of land and then was walking on this land and fell over, just, I guess, slipped, maybe a banana peel, and burst open. And it's like, I don't think anyone's ever read it that way. Like, that's just so fanciful. It's not steel manning an argument. Clearly, it says he fell headlong. What did he fall from? Well, the other in Matthew, it says he hung himself. So he would have fallen headlong from that. Whether it's the rope snapping, I believe it's more so that he was hanging out in the Middle Eastern sun for a few days, because there were a bunch of Sabbaths that happened after the death of Jesus. And so it even talks about the plural Sabbaths in Matthew 28. It talks about the Sabbaths. But that's translated singularly as Sabbath, because Sabbath can be plural or singular. So the King James translators skillfully just have Sabbath there. Like we use holiday. Or did you enjoy your holiday? It might be 12 days. Did you enjoy your holiday? Or it might be one day. Did you enjoy your holiday? It doesn't necessarily have to be plural. And so, but clearly in the Greek, it does talk about Sabbaths, that 2 Sabbaths happen. That's why I'm a big advocate for Jesus dying on a Thursday, not on a Friday, not on a Wednesday, but on a Thursday, because that's the only time when you can have the 3 days and 3 nights according to the Hebrew calendar. But anyway, that's a different topic. Shall Stand Forever says, and Bart is misrepresenting Christian belief. Of course, we think these were real accounts of things, authentic reports of actual historical events. Yeah, and so they never steelman our position. They, like, even Bart Ehrman will go to the most radical, rapture, 1988, this guy was selling a book about the rapture. And it's just the sensational stuff. It's the stuff where, normal Christians look at and go, oh, that's stupid. Or, you might be involved with the church and some people get involved with something and it's like, or they believe, the Nephilim and the book of Enoch and all this stuff. And it's like, oh, that's silly. They believe that demons raped women, and it's like, no, they can't reproduce. There's just so much that goes against that. But people want the mysterious, stuff. And the thing is, too, there are a lot of people out there, and everyone's an individual, and we all have our own individual understandings and also our own individual levels of what we tolerate. And some people tolerate error. They know it's wrong. They've been proven things are wrong, but they still go, there's a bit of an attraction there, you know. They're just curious. And so, but Bart rarely ever just steel man's a position. He'll just say, if someone's trying to reconcile the Judas accounts or Paul hearing a voice account, you know, Jesus speaking to him and he heard it, but the others didn't, this type of thing, he won't steel man that argument, and he will oftentimes misrepresent it and twist it. So it's like the strangest thing that's ever occurred, you know. Shall Stand Forever says, Nick, yes, the modern Christian scholar academic doesn't want to view our scriptures as God-given and overseen by him. The attack of the supernatural, even by Christians, is mind-boggling. And this is why I can't understand why Christians follow people in the academy. They still follow Bart Ehrman. Bart Ehrman's still involved with the Christian community. He's friends with, Jennifer Knust. He goes and does seminars and things, and Tommy Wasserman will be there. And why are people following these guys? There should be a clear line in the sand drawn, and it's like, well, they're agnostic atheists. They're on the other side of the fence, and there should be a clear distinction. And really, what we need to do is scrap the academy. And just sort of ignore them because it's just like a big juggernaut that has its history in the Reformation. They claim a lot of these guys claim to be reformed and all the rest of it from the Reformation period, but they're twisting everything. Like, how can James White say he's reformed, but he doesn't believe in the reformed text? He believes in a text that Westcott and Hort gave with Unitarians, that people like Carlo Martini, Roman Catholics, have been involved with. Bruce Metzger, like liberal. James White admits that Metzger and Kurt Aland are liberals, but he still follows their conclusions. He says as well that it's just neutral, it's a science. And so anyway, it's brought just a lot of confusion, and I'm so glad that I'm not part of that mess. Bible Highlighter says, yes, I used to be an atheist, but God had other plans. Yes, very good. Shall Stand Forever. No, that's very good. I'm enjoying what you're saying there. Shall Stand Forever. Bible Highlighter says, we all need to be good detectives without any biases. That's the thing. We've got to also be able to overcome denominational restrictions. There are some denominations that are anti-intellectual. There are some people that see studying like what I'm doing now as just like, oh, why would you do that? Why don't you just believe God? This type of thing. Why don't you go out and feed the poor or something? Or why don't you go out and preach the gospel? And it's like, hey, I can do both. Half of these people will go out preaching, but then they'll go and play golf. I don't play golf. I do this. This is my hobby. And so I'm allowed to have a hobby. I'm allowed to study these things in depth. And actually, the Bible encourages me to study to shew thyself approved unto God, a workman that needeth not to be ashamed, rightly dividing the word of truth. And so if people are attacking the word, Paul was a very good example. He was saying people are writing letters saying they're from me and saying they're scripture and all sorts of things. And he was showing people like to stay away from those type of people. He mentioned 12 people by name, like Alexander the Coppersmith and a bunch of others. And so we should be studying these things, and we should be good detectives, like Bible Highlighter said. Most modern scholars don't seek truth. Yeah, that's exactly right. Atheists believe in the miracle of life coming from non-life, the Big Bang. Yeah, and that's it's ridiculous. Like, there was just an explosion. Like, everything was squished, like as big as, like, say, the tip on this ballpoint pen. That was the universe, and then it exploded, and then became what we have today. Like that, it takes a religious faith to believe that. And then to go through all the animals, go from goo through the zoo to you, that takes a religious faith as well. It's like a Hindu sort of story or something. It's not science. James Sheffield, who's Jonathan Sheffield's father, is in the house and says Tertullian and Justin wanted the official Acts of Pilate released. Yes, and this is one of the very good things that Jonathan Sheffield has said in this, that the Acts of Pilate were the official document. So one of the main things that Jonathan Sheffield is bringing out in this debate is that the Romans, they had to keep meticulous records. Now, we know there are cultures like that. Pol Pot, when he did what he did, they were killing, people in the killing fields in Cambodia, but they kept meticulous records of who they were, and they numbered them, and they took photos of them, and if they were tortured, and if they cut off their legs, they took photos of it. It was crazy. They just documented absolutely everything. There are cultures like that. The Nazis were like that, but the Romans, apparently, when it came to their leaders or people who were like Pilate, they were very full on with them, and they wanted to know exactly what they'd done and what they hadn't done and what was said and what wasn't said, and so people had to keep meticulous records, and so Pilate would have had to keep meticulous records that would have been sent to Rome, and Rome would have had these. So that's what Justin Martyr is saying. Hey, well, the trial of Jesus and everything, we want to know what the official records are, and so he was trying to get that type of information, which is very interesting. And then from there, Jonathan launches out and says that Justin Martyr was appealing to these and saying, you guys know what happened. Just look at the acts of Pontius Pilate. But then he was also, there was also people in the Roman Empire who made apocryphal works of what Pilate said to come against the Christians. So forgeries, in other words, to come against the Christians. And so why would you do that? If what Pontius Pilate had said was damning to Christianity, they would have just released the original files, which would have been way more damning to the Christians. But they didn't. They created forgeries and made up all these strange stories, which some believed and some didn't, and now have been proven to be fake. But yeah, it's sort of like, why would they do that? Why would they feel that they have to make up stories? Why not just stick with the truth if the truth is damning enough? And so, like it was mentioned, I think Jonathan was saying, it's like, release the Epstein file sort of thing. Here's Justin Martyr saying, hey, release the acts of Pilate, and everyone will know what really happened. And so it's an interesting bit of history there. Bible Highlighter says, so they can criticize us for believing the resurrection, but they believe their own Big Bang miracle. Yeah, and their miracles are huge. Like, for everything to be squished into a dot, I don't know why they believe that. It's just weird. But everything was squished, and then it exploded. And I would like to see someone get, the densest type of metals, and like even just to get gold, a big chunk of gold, and to squish it as big as the ballpoint pen head. I mean, how can you do that to the whole universe? Like, to the whole earth? It just seems so strange and weird. But then from there came life and trees, and the Fibonacci sequence, which is in the face of a sunflower, and design and life, and life reproducing. It's just miracle after miracle after miracle. That, I mean, even like someone like Louis Pasteur, he proved that you can't get life from non-life. If you got a rock, it's not going to produce other rocks. It's dead. But if you have life, you can create life from that life. So if you just keep going back in time, doesn't it mean that there had to be something alive to create the first life? How did life just appear? And abiogenesis, that's something that they can't get over. And that's why some people say, I believe in like a theistic evolution, or even Dawkins said, well, perhaps aliens got involved. Anything but God, anything but the Bible story. They say we're irrational and all the rest of it. But when you ask them what happened, well, and they've got all these miracles, and they've got their own creation myth. And Ben just said, yeah, Gnostic evolution doctrines. Yeah, absolutely. And Shall Stand Forever says, for the invisible things of him from the creation of the world are clearly seen, being understood by the things that are made, even his eternal power and Godhead, so that they are without excuse. I mean, we just look at the planet, and if you can't see the hand of a designer there, it's like looking at a painting by Leonardo da Vinci and saying that well, the paint was just sitting in a bucket and there was a bit of canvas nearby and a whirlwind came and that's what we have. Or looking at a Boeing 747 and saying that all the parts were just sort of floating around and then they all just made that. Like, and life, the simplest cell is more complex than New York City. And so there are no simple cells. That's just something that they made up before they had microscopes. They just thought there was simple cells, but there is no such thing as a simple cell. Every bit of life is complicated, and you can see design in it, the flagellum and things like that. If you Google that, you can see there's design, there's gears, there's power, there's atoms, there's all sorts of things happening, which speaks of a designer. But they just want to get rid of that. They just are basically making a claim that if you go to an art gallery and just say, hey, no one painted any of this, it's all accident. I mean, I went and saw Picasso a few years ago and some of it looked like an accident. But, if you go to an art gallery, it's just all accident. It just happened. It's just there. It's like, well, no, who did it? It's like, no, it just happened. These are just sort of bits of paint that they just floated down or they spilt, and they've created these amazing works of art. And so the thing is, that work of art is just nothing compared to the simplest cell, and let alone an eyeball or a hand or your brain or just being able to reproduce. And having to have the moon regulate the tides that go up and down. Like if you didn't have that, it would just be stagnant. And it also, like the moon regulates the period cycle of the female. How does all that happen? It's just all miracles and all. The thing is, they just won't admit that they're miracles. And the thing is, usually we're not turning the mirror back on them. We're just saying, oh, we have to deal with. Bart Ehrman said there was in Mark 1:41, it says that Jesus got really angry when he was trying to heal someone, which is one manuscript that's rejected almost by everyone, Codex Bezer. And it's one reading, one variant. And it's like he magnifies that hugely in his Jesus interrupted, misquoting Jesus. He magnifies that hugely and just makes it such a big deal that people who are non-Christians, they just go, wow, that's a big deal. And it's like, it's not a big deal. It's just Bart Ehrman just magnifying something that doesn't even need to be talked about. Anyway, we will continue on. Romans 1:20, a very good verse there. Thanks for that. Shall Stand Forever says, yes, I was posting that verse that backs up what you were saying. Very good. Ben says, Gnostic evolution doctrines. That was a very good, timely quote there. And it is a type of Gnosticism. They've got the higher knowledge. They've studied all these things and they know. And we're all just lying to ourselves because we should know these things. And we're just like, oh, well, I'm just believing in Christianity because, I've found my community and I've found my purpose in life. So I have to lie to myself for the rest of my life that the Bible's true and all this sort of stuff. And it's like, no, I believe this because it's true. If it wasn't true, I would leave it instantly and do whatever I want. But I don't find, like, they're like, this is a contradiction. And I'm like, okay, let's have a look at it. Even if I turned from Christianity and became an atheist tomorrow, if you put a gun to my head and said, is there a contradiction in the Judas stories? I would have to say, no, it's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. It's not a contradiction. It actually flows. And that would, if in any type of literature, you would not say that it's a contradiction. If they put a gun at my head and said, okay, well, what about Paul hearing a voice and the others didn't hear it, but then they heard it, this type of thing. It's like, yeah, there's different ways of the word here. Even as an atheist, I would have to admit that. And that's why I actually prefer it when atheists say there is a supernatural. Like sometimes I say to them, do you believe aliens could have made this? And they're like, okay, yeah, I could see that. Because they believe in aliens who they've never seen and have zero proof of. But at least they're open to a designer, because it's more logical to say, like, if I said, if Bart Ehrman said, hey, in the art gallery, all these pictures just made themselves, but that seems so ridiculous. But at least if I said to someone coming through, do you think a dog maybe had a paintbrush in his mouth and made these? At least they're not even halfway there, but at least they're a little bit there. You know what I mean? At least admitting that a higher power did this. I've got way more respect for someone who has looked at the design in nature and looked at the design in all the things that we see, in all of creation, and said there is a designer. In atheism, there is no morality, because it would be one single called organism emanating another. Eliminating another. Yeah, and it's survival of the fittest. You just have to overcome. I mean, you look at nature, you've got lions that just go and tear apart a gazelle. I mean, if I go and just tear you and your family apart because you run a shop similar to what I run, it's like, I'll just kill you and then I'll survive. Our family will survive. That's just survival of the fittest, but that's barbaric. And so, but what's wrong with that? If we come from nothing and there's no right and wrong, what's the point? And these guys are like, well, but there is a right and wrong. It's like, well, why and where and what's the point? And they don't seem to understand that is in Western culture, that's been the undergirding a lot of the problems in Western culture. Because if you go to high school and you're just taught that we just come from nothing and that there is no real purpose in life and we're just like stardust, and it seems like if they just zoom out and it's like here you are from a million miles away, we're just this one bit of speck of dust here, that's Earth, and you're really nothing, you're insignificant, and you're probably related to some sort of monkey. It's like, well, what, you could see another monkey bash to death another monkey, or just do something really crazy, and so what if I act like that monkey? Is that good or bad, and does it really matter? If I'm just like a cockroach and I just die tomorrow, what's it matter if I crawl into your fridge or my fridge, or eat something off your plate, or eat something out of the garbage bin? Nothing matters. And so these guys come from that nihilistic type of belief. Bible highlighter says they may appeal to morality, but it's not consistent with their belief. Yeah, absolutely. And oftentimes I'll be street preaching and people will say, hey, there's no God and there's no right and wrong and there's no truth, and your truth's your truth, my truth's my truth, this type of thing. And I've said to them, like, so it doesn't matter, like if someone like commits a murder, is that right or wrong? And they're like, doesn't matter. And I'm like, if someone does a rape or child molestation, does that matter? And they're like, no, nothing matters. And I'm thinking, people have this mindset, like, and they are believing in evolution. And so it's quite an amazing thing. Now, I'm not saying that on the so-called Christian side, there aren't people who just want to, blow people to bits and murder people, and there's all that as well. But usually they're the pseudo-Christians. They're the ones, not following the words of Jesus. We're like, hey, that's not in the Bible, So I'm talking about people who actually follow the Bible, Christians, where these guys love to just have this broad brush. Oh, there's 2 billion Christians. So no, there's lots and lots of people who say they're Christians, but they're not. It's like if you're a true follower of Bruce Lee martial arts, you should be able to throw a punch and a kick and like Bruce Lee did. If you can't, well, you're probably not a follower of Bruce Lee. Now, if you say you're a Christian, but you're not living according to what Christ taught, you're probably not a Christian. I seem to just look at people now, and if they're doing something really abnormal, they've done something really crazy, I just default to like, well, they're not Christian, and usually that proves true. Rather than the confusion of like, oh, they're just going through struggles and they're struggling with this sin, and that they're actually really trying and all this. It's like, no, you're either a Christian or you're not. You're either following Jesus or you're not. And so, I sort of tire of everyone trying to make excuses for sin, and people just doing the most wildest things. And it's like, oh well, God sees their heart. No, in the book of Revelation, it says, I see your works and what you're doing. I'm just a fruit inspector. Jesus said, you'll know them by their fruit. Just walk up, look at the fruit. If it's rotten, it's like, well, it's not making much sense that the fruit's all rotten. But anyway, Bible highlighter says they believe in natural selection, which is survival of the fittest. Yes, just have to be the strongest monkey in the field and you will win. Helg says, we don't need the Shroud of Turin to believe the resurrection. Yeah. I've noticed Dan McClellan is coming against the Shroud of Turin, and I'm like, yeah, to me, it's so obvious that it's a fake. It just looks like an icon to me. Like, it doesn't even look like a human. There's this really long, weird nose, and it's like, to me, I can't understand why some people believe it, but and I've been shocked at some people, who I really respect, and they'll turn around and say, no, it's true, and I'm like, man, no, it's superstitious nonsense. But anyway, I'm pretty certain that, just my gut feeling of looking at it going, that looks silly. But also the proof that's come out to debunk it, I've looked at a lot of that and just gone, that's ridiculous. But I think as time goes on, we will develop technologies that will date these things, and we'll be able to see exactly what it is and what it isn't. And but will that stop religious people from bowing down to it and kissing it and following it and believing that it's proof that Jesus rose from the dead? I mean, to me, it's just like a Catholic relic or something. It's just a distraction. Bible highlighter says, note, meant to say single-celled organism. Okay. Single-celled, organism. Yes, very good. Helg says, many apologists are very excited about the Shroud. I'm not. I think it's ridiculous. And I think it's ridiculous to the point of like, what would I say? Like, you don't even like, I would say, like, it's almost like a flat earth decision for me. It's like, oh, the earth's flat. And I'm like, yeah, just straight away, like, no. And just looking at the Shroud, I'm just like, it looks silly. And what are they trying to prove? And where does it say that he floated through, this thing? And left a mark, where's this in scripture? And, this more so just goes into the relics type of thing, where they've got all the, the breast milk from Mary's breast and all this sort of stuff. It's ridiculous. But anyway, let's go back to what Bart Ehrman is saying.
Because this person said so. Oh, but he really meant it. Okay. Is that the kind of testimony that a historian would look at and say, yeah, it had never happened in history before. There have been 300,000 years of Homo sapiens. There have been about 115 billion Homo sapiens who have lived. And of those 115 billion...
So you notice he's describing evolution. He's actually describing stuff that is just completely unproven, unprovable, that it takes miracles to believe in what he's saying. But then he's saying, well, Paul is claiming that he had this one miracle, that he saw Jesus. That's unbelievable. That goes against everything. And he's like, we've had 300,000 years of Homo sapiens. And it's like, no, there's no proof of that. But he thinks there's proof of that, which shows you that all you have to do is turn the mirror around and ask them some questions about what their creation myth is and what their their beliefs are with yes, one species becoming another or one kind becoming another kind, it falls to bits. And so
none has ever been raised from the dead, but this one we're pretty sure was because somebody writing 25 years later said that he saw it.
And so at the end of the day, there's the Bible is claiming to be a supernatural book, okay, where his belief, the evolutionary tale, is claiming to just be neutral science. So the Bible is not claiming to be neutral science. The Bible is claiming to be supernatural. If you read the first verses, like in the beginning, God created the heaven and from the get-go, it lets you know, okay, there's a God and he's supernatural. He just speaks and things happen. So what else do you think is going to happen in the Bible? There's going to be supernatural claims. And they are making out that they have to be naturalistic. And, in all the history of mankind, no one's ever made this claim and all the rest of it. It's like, well, the whole Bible is a supernatural book. So, of course, it's going to make supernatural claims where his creation myth, his, evolutionary fantasy, I guess you just call it, is, we went from goo through the zoo and just became you. That's what he's teaching, which takes miracle after miracle, like an eyeball. How did that appear? How did your teeth know? Your top teeth know that it needed bottom teeth. How did your first teeth appear? How did you live without teeth? There's just all these things throughout, and that it goes against the second law of thermodynamics, that everything is slowly decaying and becoming worse. Evolution is like, well, no, you're becoming better, and you're actually evolving into something, into us, the most advanced. And so we've gone from a simple cell, which they know now is not simple, it's very complicated. It's more complicated than New York City. But apparently it was simple, and now we've become this advanced thing. And so that takes miracle after miracle after miracle. And so that's where Bart, if he just looked himself in the mirror, he would have to admit that. But he's not. We aren't claiming that the Bible is just neutral. We're claiming it's a supernatural book full of supernatural miracles. He's claiming that he believes something neutral, and he won't admit to himself that, no, his creation myth and his theory of evolution take like hundreds and hundreds of miracles all the way through.
Will a historian normally say, yeah, that's probably it? No.
Well, most of the historians believe in evolution, and they think that that's neutral. So they have a bias. So it's like, imagine if you're just trying to get something, a right and wrong, answer, yes or no answer from a Jehovah's Witness. They're going to have a bias. If you ask them a certain question, if you asked 100 Jehovah's Witnesses, well, they all have their own presuppositions. Bart and lots of the historians today are atheists, agnostics, and evolution fits in with what they believe. And so they have a bias towards the supernatural element. There have been periods of time where people did have a Christian mindset, and they saw these things as historical, where now everything's changed. And so what's amazing is Bart and crew, they tend to just go with popular opinion. The consensus says this. So all you have to do is stack the deck, or just have, if you have an atheistic society, just get all them to join your historian crew, just study for a few years, get PhDs in ancient history, and then you've got 500 people who are on your side, sort of thing. It's like, it doesn't matter if you've got one person or 1,000 people who believe something. It's more so if it's correct and right and true, not how many people believe it. And this is the thing, like listening to Dan McClellan, he's like, well, the consensus of biblical scholarship, like no one who's a serious scholar believes in the last 12 verses of Mark. And I'm like, yeah, because you wouldn't get a job. You wouldn't get a job in the academy if you didn't subscribe to the critical text. And that's what amazes me Like, I can understand Bart Ehrman being part of the critical text crew, but people like Derek from Myth Vision, people like Dan McClellan, people like CJ Cornthwaite, these guys, they adopt the critical text methodology, showing that they're not really even thinking for themselves. They're not thinking their own thoughts on this. They're not coming to the conclusion that it's a Textus Receptus position or a majority text position or even an Aramaic primacy position or a Latin position. They're not thinking outside the box and going, oh, maybe it's this and that. They're just going, oh, let's just follow Bart Ehrman. Let's just follow the critical text thing, because they know if they want any type of credibility, they have to be part of the critical text crowd. Even though they reject the Bible, they reject, many of them say, oh, maybe Judas existed, maybe Jesus, I'm not sure if he even is real, or, some of these guys are saying that type of thing, but they all will say, no, we're dogmatic that the last 12 verses of Mark were not there. And it's like, how you're claiming to be a free thinking person, how do you come to this such a narrow belief only based on two manuscripts, Vaticanus and Sinaiticus? How come none of them are saying, hey, maybe Vaticanus isn't that old? How come they're not saying Sinaiticus isn't, perhaps it's a modern day forgery? You know what I mean? Like, they're not even thinking. They're just going with what the consensus would be in the academy. They're not thinking for themselves. So this proves to me that they're not thinking. They're just following gurus. And anyway, let's continue.
The historian might be a believer, and the historian might say, well, yes, I believe, I'm a Christian. I believe Jesus was raised from the dead. They're not going to say, I can prove it. How would you prove it? It's a miracle. Miracles can't be proven. You might believe they happened. Now, when Jonathan made an interesting point, he said that the Big Bang was a singularity, and maybe Jesus' resurrection was another singularity. Well, we have reasons.
So I'm not sure if Jonathan is young Earth creationism or not, or he's using the Big Bang theory as just an example for something that Bart Ehrman believes, and he's just pointing that out like I just did.
For thinking the Big Bang happened. This is not like somebody sitting around kind of doodling something and coming up with some idea. I bet it just started with like a big firecracker. It's not like that. There's substantial scientific evidence for the resurrection. For the resurrection. There I go. For the Big Bang.
Substantial scientific evidence for the Big Bang. It was Jesuit scholars who came up with that. And when you understand, when you go through the history of the Big Bang, it's fanciful, like to have everything squished as big as the little ball on the end of this ballpoint pen, and then that exploded. That's nuts. Like a Big Bang theory is nuts. It just doesn't make any sense. Like I can't even parallel it with anything. Like there's just nothing that silly. It's like you're in the middle of the desert and you see a clown on a unicycle with horns or something, and it's like you just like, and you're trying to describe it to someone. It's like, I might just shut my mouth because I seem crazy for trying to even describe it. You know what I mean? But they're like, no, it's scientific. It's just proven. The Big Bang theory is proven. It is just amazing. Aaron's Beard says, you can prove it by many infallible proofs, eyewitness accounts, the empty tomb. If it didn't happen, all the Romans had to produce was the body. Oh yeah, they never did. And the thing is too, it wasn't done like it says in the book of Acts. These things weren't done in a corner, in a sense where they're not done in a hidden away place. They were done full public. Like Jesus, the people, historians say that Jesus existed. People knew what Jesus had said. He was doing it publicly. The disciples were publicly proclaiming things. Paul was standing in front of Roman rulers and saying, you guys know about the story of Jesus, to Agrippa. And he's saying, you almost persuade me to become a Christian. Now, he would have read the Acts of Pilate. These guys, like anyone who was ruling over that type of region, would have looked at what had previously happened. It's just like if you were going to be an ambassador to say Uganda, well, you would go, okay, well, let's study Uganda. And the government, I just say it was the American government, they'd probably give you a whole bunch of things of what happened to the last ambassador and the one before and the one before. So you could have, a few cases where you go, okay, well, this group is causing problems and this group is our friend, and this, you would know these things. And how come Agrippa is like, you almost persuade me to become a Christian? He's not saying, hey, no, I've read the Acts of Pontius Pilate and everything involved with that, and it's a ridiculous story. He's saying this is very believable. So that's one of the reasons why Justin Martyr was saying they need to release the files, release the Pontius Pilate files, and let everyone know exactly what happened. So it's a very interesting point. Aaron's Bid says, the disciples came by night and rolled away a 4,000-pound stone without disturbing the Roman guards while they slept, which was illegal for them. And yeah, at the end of the day, if it comes down to these guys believe, they have a presupposition that there is no God and that God is not involved with the Bible. And also they have a presupposition that the authors of the Gospels just copied each other all the way through. And so it's not like they saw the same thing and were writing about it. They're just copying each other. So when you have those type of elements, you just constantly trying to get rid of God out of the picture, get rid of Jesus out of the picture, and just have a bunch of people sitting around making up stories. That's what they want us to believe.
What evidence is there for the resurrection like that? He's also not, Jonathan is not correct to say that the Big Bang was a violation of the laws of physics. That is incorrect.
So you can squish everything into that ballpoint pen, little rolling, ballpoint, that ball there, squish it that big, and that can explode and become the universe. Not just Earth, not just the moon. Like we're talking about the sun, the moon, the stars, the galaxies, asteroid, everything. Saturn, and how did it all fall into place like it did? And how did it create the laws of gravity and time? And it's fanciful, and they just anyway, he's saying it's scientifically proven. To me, it's just a creation myth. It's like I think it's more scientific to say that something designed it and something made it. How did the design enter into the creation?
The laws of physics did not exist until the Big Bang. It's like saying that, like asking what happened, what was happening in the time before the Big Bang. The Big Bang is when you got time. And you can't ask, well, where was the Big Bang? There's no where. Time and space came into existence with the Big Bang, and so did the laws of physics.
He knows this. I guess, he's saying, oh no, these miracles can't happen in the Bible, but he's saying that all these things were made then. How does he know that? And he's saying this is just neutral science. That's what I'm saying. Like these guys are fully believing something is just unproven, and it takes miracles and it takes leaps of faith to believe, but they're mocking us for having a book that is claiming to be filled with miracles, and God says, put your faith in what I say.
And so the Big Bang is not a violation of the laws of physics, it's the beginning of the laws of physics. So if Jonathan wants to come up with explanations for how the laws of physics got violated in the resurrection of Jesus, I'd be interested in hearing it. But to say that historians have come up with things that they just can't explain, and so therefore there must be supernatural explanations. Jonathan may not like the term, the God of the gaps, but it's the term that people often use to say when you can't explain something, you say, well, God must have done it. Before the Enlightenment, people didn't understand a lot of things, and they attributed them to the gods. If lightning strikes your house in the ancient world, you might think that Zeus hurled a thunderbolt. How else do you explain it? There's no other explanation. Well, we don't explain things that way now because we have the science. It's not that science can explain everything. Science can't explain 99.9% of the universe, but they can explain some things. And theoretically, we think almost everything can be explained. How did the Jews survive? Did it require a miracle? So it's interesting that there's a historian who thought that, there's no other explanation for it, so God must have done it. And he converted. Okay, great. But, that's not a convincing argument to, 99% of the historians in the world. There are reasons that some people survive and some people don't. And you can actually trace, of course, the lineage of Judaism way back and understand why in some times and places Jews survived and even thrived. I think a big problem is that Jonathan's entire premise is that if Jesus wasn't raised from the dead, it was a hoax, and Romans would have exposed the hoax. Number one, how many Roman intellectuals knew about the resurrection within, say, the first year of Jesus' death? None that we know of. None. Jonathan's view seems to be that if intellectuals or people who could expose these things had known about it, they would just go to the tomb to look. Well, where was the tomb? We don't know. We have no record. Even if you believe in an empty tomb, we have no idea where it would have been. So how would they have gone? And even if they had gone, they had found it empty. Would that tell them anything? What would you think if you went to a tomb and found it empty? You think I'm at the wrong tomb. or if the empty tomb stories are true, which I don't think historically women went and saw the empty tomb. We don't have the empty tomb story. You don't have a mention of it until 40 years after the event, long after anybody could have even checked. So who would have thought?
So what did you say? Long after
women went and saw the empty tomb. We don't have the empty tomb story. You don't have a mention of it until 40 years after the event, long after anybody could have even checked.
Trying to figure out what he says there.
Mention of it until 40 years after the event, long after anybody could have even checked.
Oh, long after anyone could have checked. Okay.
So who would have thought to go? And what would they think if they saw it? So the empty tomb in the New Testament never creates faith in the resurrection.
Well, I guess he's saying, well, who were the Roman intellectuals who would have known this? Well, obviously, Bart likes to change the goalposts, and he'll say things like, well, this just never happened, and the whole bribing of the Roman soldiers never happened, and Pilate doing this and that never happened, and he'll just change the goalposts. So, of course, believing that the Gospels are historically accurate, we believe that there was a bribing of the soldiers, and that people who were around Pontius Pilate, they would have been smart people. They wouldn't have been dummies. They would have been negotiating with the intellectuals they weren't just brutes. They would have been intellectuals who were dealing with the Jews, who were conversing with them, trying to sort things out. There would have been people keeping meticulous records, writing things down. I guess it's like saying, when, say, the Nazis went into France, they went in by conquest and went in and just took over the place. But then they sent people there who were academic, they were very intellectual, well learned, and they knew what they were doing. And so that would be the people that I would say Jonathan is most likely talking about. And if the soldiers had to be paid off to not tell their story, and if they were sleeping on the job, which is punishable by death according to the rules of a Roman soldier, this is a big thing. It's not just a small thing. Someone had to think up this story. It's not just some brutes, some redneck there, just brutish Roman soldiers. These are People who knew their stuff, they were able to figure out a story that was, they quickly solved problems like that. And so they would have gone down and investigated what had happened and talked to the soldiers. There's an interesting movie, I think it's called Resurrection. And I remember I was in a church and we used to sort of watch it every couple of years or whatever at Easter time. And it was quite good because it just went through these Roman soldiers. They had to sort of admit, they're saying, look, I saw him resurrect, and they're saying, look, you can't tell anyone this. You have to say that, you fell asleep. But if they admit they fell asleep, then and the disciples stole the body away while they slept, that's punishable by death. So they're at this predicament where they have to admit that, and they're getting bright. So that takes a lot of persuasion. It takes you have to be quite intelligent to think of those type of arguments and to actually persuade people who could be punished by death to adopt that type of story. And so where are we? Helg says, I'm not sure Ehrman is so confident in his beliefs as he is communicating. Maybe he is, we cannot know, but sometimes he seems to be kicking a little too hard against the pricks. Yeah, I mean, he's like, hey, we have scientific proof for the Big Bang. And then he's like, well, 99.9% of things haven't been proved by science. And he sort of, it's like he backpedals a bit in his mind, But he does make these dogmatic claims. But realistically, he's just making up stuff like, the laws of physics came around with the Big Bang. It's like, well, how do you know that? Because the Big Bang goes against the laws of physics. So it's a miracle. And so I could just say, well, the laws of physics changed when the resurrection happened. It just so happened to change then. He was able to resurrect because people could just resurrect then. Jesus knew how to do it and he did it. But now it's changed. If I said something like that, he'd say that's ridiculous. But he can say it in his creation myth, and people are like, yay, but it's so scientific. Helg says, if he got saved, that would rock the academia. I'm not sure. I think some of these people in academia are so lost and are so heretical that if Bart Ehrman sort of relapsed, and well, I don't even know if he was saved to begin with, but just say he became born again tomorrow, which we hope that everyone would. It just makes you wonder. Like, I know, like, new convert, or not new converts, or people seeking who just jump on the internet and stuff, if they saw that someone like Bart Ehrman converted, that would be a strong thing for them. But there have been, I've seen people get saved and it hasn't even affected anyone around them. It's like, because they're so set in their ways, and it's an absolute transformation, miracle, salvation. It's like, wow, from darkness to light. And they're like, oh, we liked you how you were before, sort of thing. It's like, oh my gosh, these people are in absolute darkness, unfortunately. But, I guess, best case scenario, imagine he got saved and he just started coming against all that he said and started writing books, refuting all of his, Jesus interrupted and misquoting Jesus stuff. That would be amazing. We should pray that Bart gets saved, and but until then, we'll expose it. That's all we can do. But yeah, that would be cool. Imagine if Bart Ehrman got saved and just basically said, I can no longer hang around the heretics in the Bible societies, and left, all of academia, and just said, hey, I'm doing my own thing, and just started and joined us, became a TR person. That would be awesome. So Fairu says, John 16:13, but when he, the Spirit of truth, Muhammad, comes, he will guide you into all truth. And no, the Paraclete is not Muhammad. It's very clear. And the Spirit of truth was sent in the book of Acts. So trying to claim that's Muhammad is just twisting the scriptures. It's actually a blasphemy, because the Holy Spirit is God. And Muhammad is certainly not God. And so the Spirit of Truth, he also testifies of Jesus Christ and of the accuracy of what God has said. And Muhammad did not do that. And so, that is just squeezing a name into Scripture and just saying, "Oh, look, there's our boy." No, it doesn't work like that.
Look up the stories yourself. Read Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Look at what happens when people learn the tomb is empty. They are mystified and puzzled, and they doubt. They never believe. The empty
They're mystified, they're puzzled, and they're doubt because they've never seen anything like this before. I mean, if you see something supernatural happen in front of your eyes, you're in doubt. You're like, is this really happening? And so
tomb was never a proof of the resurrection in the early stories. And so to say that they would have uncovered it and shown it as a hoax, no, I just think that's fanciful thinking. Okay, well, I'm looking forward to the Q&A, and it looks like we're there now.
Excellent, excellent. All right, gentlemen, thank you so much for your rebuttals. And I agree. I think this will be a good cross-examination. Remember, we have 2 rounds of this. So there's going to be 10 minutes of Jonathan asking Dr. Ehrman his questions. And then Dr. Ehrman, you'll have 10 minutes to do yours. And then we'll hit repeat, and we'll do that again. In the meantime, we've gotten quite a few super chats that have come in. We've reached enough where we're about halfway to our goal with the time allotted to us for those questions at the end. So that means there's just a handful of slots probably left. So if you really, really want to get a question, thank you for those that have actually addressed the members of the panel. So that way we know how to ask them properly. I have starred those. They are saved. We have those ready. We have not forgotten you. It will be asked. If you want to continue, there's a few slots that I think we'll be able to fit into that time. Hit those now. Send them in. Be specific to who you're asking the questions. All right, Jonathan, I'm going to let you have the floor. You got 10 minutes. And again, I'll give about a 60-second overlap, especially if you're going to get a question in. I'm going to make sure to be fair to Dr. Ehrman that he has enough time to answer it if you're going to ask a question at the 9th hour, okay? All right, so I've got you in here. Everybody else is ready to go. You're free to go whenever you want, Jonathan.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ehrman. I think one of my first questions is regarding the reports from Justin and Tertullian. And I think just to make my point, I believe in their statements. Obviously, they don't believe they're appealing to any of the forgeries. We know that there's forgeries out there. They're writing to the Roman authorities, asking them to produce the records. Essentially, we know you have them. Now,
I'm sorry. We know we what?
no.
I'm not supposed to be asking questions. So I don't know what reports you're talking about.
Yeah, make sure it's a question, Jonathan.
Okay.
Make sure it's a
So
question.
now, given that Justin Martyr, Tertullian, I know Eusebius had those citations in there, and they were well published. We know Celsus understood a lot of.
Look at Bart Ehrman's face. He's just squinting like. This is theatrics, and James White does this as well. It's like, this. What's this weirdo guy? What's he talking about? This is strange. This is weird. Instead of just listening intently, it's the theatrics of like, hey, this is annoying. People looking at my face would tell that this is strange and weird.
And Justin's arguments. Julian would have been certainly familiar with Eusebius's work. Do we actually have any ancient sources as rebuttal witnesses to say, what Justin and Tertullian were referring to is probably forgeries? They didn't know what we're talking about. Do we have any of the caliber of scholarship like a Julian from anything that was captured by a Cyril or anybody else that actually refuted what they were actually saying?
We don't have any Roman source that refers to the writings of Justin or Tertullian, period.
Okay.
So we don't have any rebuttals of what they said about Pilate's reports because they don't say anything about Justin and Tertullian.
Okay. The next question I want to ask, so in the aftermath of what the disciples were saying, We have Acts that reports that they're starting to amass in Jerusalem. They're starting to promote the narrative out there. Jesus was a criminal. Given Pilate's obviously rule over the area, wouldn't he have had to look in and report back? I mean, if the Jews are reporting that, hey, the disciples stole the body, and if they're reporting that out, wouldn't Pilate have to have cover, start explaining, send out a report to Tiberius? This is what I'm doing to manage what could be perceived as some sort of uprising after we just killed their leader. Looks like they went back to Galilee. Wouldn't Pilate have to have reported something to Tiberius to let him know, hey, you may be getting reports. I'm going to get ahead of the narrative. I'm going to let you know what's going on.
No, he would not have. He would not have had to. You quoted Cicero saying that it was supposed to happen. As you probably know, within the Roman Empire, it's a very big place, and enforcement of decrees from Rome did not have to be followed out. Often were not followed out. We don't know of any reports that we don't have record of any reports that Pilate filed to Tiberius. So that's my first point. My second point is,
but the whole thing that the point that Jonathan's making is that every little detail had to be sent to Tiberius. Like I was saying, that they were like the Nazis. That, like, if you had someone like, say, a leader in the Nazi military, like Rommel or something, he would have been sending daily transcripts that would have been sent back to Berlin, or he would have been doing that all the time. And so then he would have been talking about any type of, mutinous talk, or, any type of thing that happened on the battlefield, whether it's positive or negative, or, he would have been talking about these things. And so that would have all gone back to headquarters. And so that's what Jonathan's main point is, that in Rome, they kept these meticulous records. And so, of course, if there is rumors going around that the Roman soldiers are saying that the body got stolen, well, that's illegal. And so that causes all of the disciples to become criminals because they've stolen a body. And what I've realized, like, even listening to Dan McClellan and some of Bart Ehrman's material, they're not aware of what Jonathan's saying here in a historical sense, where what Jonathan's saying is Pilate, he had to allow the Jews to keep some of their traditions, because he had already been in trouble for this type of thing before. And so he had Tiberius, who was his main guy, leaning over his shoulder. And basically, when it was like, when the Jews were saying, hey, we've got a custom to do this or to do that, or to bury someone before sundown and all this sort of stuff, that was kept. That when they went somewhere, if the custom and culture, they didn't just go and just do the opposite. And the Romans just like sort of spat on their religion or their culture. They actually tried to work within that. And so, that's Roman history. And so it doesn't seem like Dan McClellan knows that. It doesn't seem like Derek from Myth Vision knows that, or Bart Ehrman, up until his talk with Jonathan here, because these guys have been saying, like, as if Pontius Pilate would care that Jesus was buried, like before sundown. Like, they would have thrown him in a shallow grave, and they probably would have burnt the body and all this sort of stuff. And it's like, no, the Romans were to keep the traditions of the area that they were in. So it's just not to upset everyone, because they were there to rule and to get taxes and all the rest of it. But it's like, you don't just go there and just do the exact opposite of all their cultural norms, or else you will have absolutely everyone in rebellion against you. And so, Pontius Pilate had been in trouble before for doing this. And so that's one of the main points that Jonathan's brought out in this debate, And so it seems like Bart Ehrman's just sort of cottoning onto that. I didn't know that until I heard Jonathan say that, which is very good information. And I was listening to something by Bryan Ross the other day. He was talking about Pontius Pilate, and it was, I guess, because I'm always looking at his King James history podcast that he sort of does, or his Sunday school teaching. I think he sort of stopped doing that, but anyway, his other video came up in my feed. It was about Pontius Pilate, and when I went through that, I don't think that information is known to many people, and I thought it was gold, Jonathan bringing that up, because it just changes the whole narrative, and it just sheds some historical light on what was happening in the days of Pontius Pilate's rule.
As historians, we question all of our sources, including those in the New Testament. You're referring to the book of Acts, where the Christian movement is exploding early on. 50 days after Jesus' death, on the day of Pentecost, Peter preaches a sermon, and 5,000 Jews convert. A little while later, Peter preaches another sermon, and in chapter 4, 3,000 more Jews convert. And in between, we're told that they were adding to their numbers every day. That means that within about 2 months of Jesus' death, according to the book of Acts, that there would have been something like 10,000 Jews in Jerusalem who converted to Christianity. There is no way that could be right historically. We have records of...
Sorry, I just paused myself just to put my fizzy sparkling water into my cup. There's no way that could have happened historically. It's like, okay, Bart, like, I mean, that amount of people go to a local football game now. I mean,
of what's going on in Judaism in the first century, especially by Josephus, who says not a word about any of that. Christianity started out as a very small movement. They were not widely known. According to Matthew, they're not even in Jerusalem. And according to Matthew, the disciples have gone up to Galilee.
And so this is one of his contradictions, he said, stay in Jerusalem. But the thing is, you can get a command from Jesus. Like Jesus does this all the time through the Gospels, where he would say to the 70, don't take a money bag or a purse, I think it is. Don't take, don't do this, don't do that, don't take any copper coins and all this. Don't take staffs, like multiple, staffs, just maybe one, and all this type of thing. But then later on, when he's talking to the disciples, he says, before I said don't take these things, and he said, but now I'm saying to you, take money with you, do this, do that. And it's almost the opposite of what was taught earlier. And so the thing is, if Jesus said, hey, wait in Jerusalem, or I'll meet you in Galilee, these type of things, you got to put it in its correct chronological sequence. And Bart Ehrman just sees them as contradictory. There's so many answers to this. And like when I say so many answers, I mean, if you just jump on YouTube and type this in, this so-called contradiction, there's just so much evidence that it's not a contradiction. It's just one of those ridiculous things that Bart Ehrman just keeps hounding on. And as I said, these so-called contradictions seem to be the pillars that hold up the whole weight. Because, you appeal to the book of Acts, and he's like, how can you appeal to the book of Acts with these contradictions in it? And it's like, they're not even contradictions, Bart. They're easily solved. If you had any type of book, any type of genre, if you had any type of history, or just say, if Hitler told his troops to stay in Stalingrad and protect their line there, and then you could have him 2 days later saying, because they've been kicked out of Stalingrad, okay, protect this other line. Which is it? It's a contradiction. No, you just got to think about the chronological sequence. And this is the thing: when you go through Bart Ehrman's material, it's so weak, it's so flimsy, and most of it is just based on these so-called contradictions. And you would never think it's a contradiction until Bart Ehrman points it out and goes, see, it's a contradiction. And you're an idiot if you believe it. And it's like, I didn't see that contradiction before, because there's no contradiction there. It just marries up, it matches up. But let's not let the facts get in the way of a good story.
And so
I'll just quickly go through these comments. So Helg says, he says not historical. I guess he's talking about the Gospels earlier. What's he talking about? The Gospels are historical. Yeah, absolutely. But he just says, well, they've got contradictions, and so they can't be. But even if you don't believe in a supernatural God and all the rest of it, and you don't believe in the infallibility of Scripture, like say someone like C.J. Cornthwaite, he recently just did a video saying the Book of Acts is too accurate, so therefore it must be a fake. And you can't make this up. It's like if they're saying, oh, it's not, this doesn't match up and that doesn't match up, and so then they're like, well, it can't be true, so throw it out. But then when you study a little bit more, or you get these guys to think a little bit harder, and it's like, well, I guess they do match up. Oh, well, it must be a fake. He's copied from historical documents. And that's what C.J. Cornthwaite says, who's sort of like just another atheistic, agnostic Bart Ehrman type, who says he's still a Christian, which is just the weirdest thing. It's like saying, hey, I'm an MMA fighter, and someone just pushes you to the ground and you start crying like a little, 5-year-old girl. And it's like, you're not a Christian, dude. Just stop saying that, please. Helg says, or maybe rock the YouTube world. Yeah, if Bart Ehrman got saved, lots of people. I guess I was sort of downplaying that a little bit before, but I think it would be a very powerful thing. And yeah, let's pray for him to get saved. Fryru22 says, why did Judas's body have the same wounds as Jesus' wounds on the cross? I don't know where you're getting that information from. That's ridiculous. It says that he hung himself and then he fell and burst open. It's pretty clear. And so that's not having wounds in your hands and your feet from a crucifixion. That's just weird. I'm not sure where you're getting that from. That is just not, it's not kosher.
And, I think the answer is that you cannot take Acts as a historical source. If it was a you certainly cannot think the 10,000 Jews in Jerusalem have now become Christian.
So why wouldn't Bart, why can't he see that? 10,000 Jews, you can get events happen and people believe something. Thousands of people can do that at a time. I'm sure even just uprisings and militias and things have happened in the ancient world where there's just been 10,000 people all of a sudden believing something, or wanting to riot, or wanting to cause a scene, or wanting to break away from a group and start their own army or something, and he just can't see that these people have listened to that and believed. And he's just like, well, that's sort of like an impossibility. I guess because it goes against his previous narrative that Christianity was just this tiny little speck, and you just had this, dirty dozen, the frozen chosen sort of thing. And then they just moved on and just became like a little bit bigger, and then eventually it sort of, just so happened to cotton on just by a historical chance. No, it was explosive from the beginning, and so I don't see why he would fight against that, except for he's made claims to the contrary earlier on, and so there's really he's not offering any proof to show that this is an impossibility.
There's no record of anything like that. If they had, Pilate would not have had to report back to Tiberius.
Just a follow-up question on that. Now, Pliny, when he saw the Jews spreading across his province, reported it to an enlightened emperor like Trajan, different character, much different than Tiberius. We have Tacitus that does report, or at least seems to report on the outbreak in Judea. He calls it as an evil that spread across and eventually got to Rome. I mean, by 51, 52, I mean, Paul's writing to a number of these churches within 20 years of the event. And wouldn't that support the growing movement of Christianity? How big it has spread from the time of 33?
Yeah. So I have an entire book on this topic, on how quickly Christianity spread. My book is called The Triumph of...
And that's why. As he wrote a book on it, and now he's being disproven, and that he has this barrier to push. And so anyway, let's see what he says. You know, and if he's convincing, it's like, okay, but let's just see. He's written a whole book on this. Christianity.
I try to show what the rate of growth was and how quickly it grew. If you actually look at the numbers, it looks like that by about the end of the first Christian century, say around the year 100, there may have been about 10,000 Christians in the world. That's out of 60 million people. So it's what is that? 1/60th of a percent, something. And so I think we do know something about the growth of Christianity. The letters that Paul's writing are not to the churches in Judea. We don't have any writings written to churches in Judea at the time. And so what happened later with Pliny is completely exceptional. As you probably know, Pliny's correspondence with Trajan takes up 10 volumes, and it is the only thing like it that we know of in the world, and it's in the ancient Roman world, and it's completely distinct. Pliny spends part of one letter talking about the Christians out of 10 volumes. He sends one letter to Trajan. Trajan writes back and sends about a paragraph in response, and that's it. Pliny, so Pliny is not evidence that there were millions of Christians in the world, I'm afraid.
No, yeah. So let's talk about Pilate's action. So if we look at the numbers, or the movement did spread. Obviously, Tacitus is referring to some sort of growth and movement over there. I mean, Pilate investigated and went after Galilean worshipers. I don't know if there was millions of them. Obviously,
what do you mean? You're talking about Jews?
Yeah, Jews. So the Galilean worshipers in the temple. He went after a group like that. He went after the Samaritan prophet. So if the Christians are starting to organize in the aftermath, why don't we see any action to kind of quell that uprising? Whether it's 500, whether it's 1,000. With John the Baptist,
I don't think it's 500 or 1,000. I think it's so I don't understand what this has to do with the resurrection exactly.
Well, the one of the points that I made throughout my debate is that the Roman Empire, Pilate, Herod, they were going to quell any type of uprising. And in the aftermath of the resurrection, I mean, even you have said, yeah, they believe that Peter or Mary believed that they saw him. They're starting to promote this. They go back to Jerusalem, and they're promoting this. Why doesn't Herod? And it's back to Dr. Carrier's point. They're starting to promote this narrative. And why don't we see any action from the ruling authorities? Herod, who wouldn't want an uprising, he doesn't want to lose his territory, and Pilate doesn't want to be looked at as not managing Christ.
Okay.
Why aren't they doing anything?
Yeah, but it sounds like you're arguing my position. I mean, because I'm saying there wasn't a big movement. You're saying there is a big movement, and you're asking why didn't they squash it then? Okay, well, if you think it was a big movement, why didn't they quash it?
Well, my thesis lines it out because they would have looked into the events of the time. Pilate, and this is the point of Dr. Carey's argument.
How's it demonstrate the resurrection?
Well,
notice the theatrics here.
So first, we have 2 points. We have Justin and Tertullian that says there was a report. the actions of Maximus.
Okay, let me answer your question. My answer is that if there was a huge Christian movement in Judea, according to you, they would have tried to quash it. But you don't know why, but you know they did not try to quash it. So either there wasn't a big movement or there's some other explanation, but you haven't said what the other explanation is.
Yeah, he has. That if they looked at the records, it would show exactly what Pontius Pilate did, that they bribed guards and they'd done all this other stuff, and which would have been damning to the Romans, and this would have been more evidence for the Christians.
Well, the other explanation is they checked it out, and they couldn't.
They checked out. They found out that that Jesus really was raised from the dead, and they believed that Jesus was raised from the dead. Pontius Pilate and the Emperor Tiberius of Rome believed that Jesus got raised from the dead. That's your.
It's not so much that they believed that event, but the crumbs of information that surround that event, like the soldiers being paid off, that would have had to have been written down meticulously. And they would have just said, well, it's just a bit of a mystery to us of what happened. The soldiers said this, and that, and they would have written that down as well. And so these type of things, they had to be very meticulous in how they reported back. And so, Bart Ehrman's not budging at all. And anyone can see this, that if the case that Jonathan's making is that they kept meticulous records, all you would have to do is look at those records, which back then would have been freely available, and people could have read through them and seen that these type of things were done. But that would have actually strengthened Christianity.
Thesis.
Well, yeah, that's what allowed them to grow and expand. If you think about it,
but the whole theatrics, so I've mentioned this many times in James White's. James White's actually way worse at it, but I think he did adopt it from Bart Ehrman, where you're sort of just talking over and laughing, and this is ridiculous, and doing this frustrated look on his face, and where just listening to it and just answering appropriately is enough. But what I find is these guys use theatrics, they use charisma to try and persuade you that what Jonathan's saying is insane, what Bart Ehrman believes is sane, and he can't believe that Jonathan would say something like this. Hell says, note how categorically Bart is in his affirmations, how he just nails down what is fact and what's not. He doesn't like the thought of the Gospels, New Testament being historical or just being right. Yeah, it's like he can never give the benefit of the doubt. Like he wants Christianity to be a small movement, so that's what it is. And the book of Acts says, no, 3,000 people got saved, 5,000 people got saved. There were a bunch of people who all became Christians. And before that, there was 500 people at once who, saw Jesus risen from the dead and all this type of stuff. But, now Christianity is just this small little, tiny little blip. And like he's saying, out of 60 million people, it's 10,000 by the year 100. That's nothing. So that's his argument. So he's just got an argument there that he's theorized. And if you just, sort of state something that's against that, he's just going to fight against it. Instead of saying, hey, well, yeah, that figure is my estimation, it's my theory, and look, you're believing the Bible says, maybe there's 8,000 people who've just gotten saved, and maybe there's another couple of thousand who are already involved with the whole thing. So say 10,000 people, not long after the day of Pentecost sort of thing. And he should really say, well, that's your belief in that. My belief in that, which I'm just going by just probabilities and maybe mathematics and my own sort of bias, is that I don't want Christianity to be huge. I want it to be a small little movement that by the year 100 was just what was it, 1/16 of whatever of the population, or it was even smaller, I think. It was 10,000 people out of like 60 million people on Earth. So that's obviously become one of his arguments, and Jonathan's done well to sort of come against the foundations of that and point back to and what's amazing is like someone like C.J. Cornthwaite, he's just come out and said the Book of Acts is so accurate it must be a forgery. Which is it? And the thing is, would Bart Ehrman do a whole program saying C.J. Cornthwaite is just off the wall? I know that some of these guys do fight against each other, like Richard Carrier and stuff. And but anyway, I don't usually listen to all these guys. I listen to Bart Ehrman because he has stuff to do with the academy, with the critical text and all the rest of it. But these other guys who are just like way out there in skeptic atheism land, I don't usually bother. But anyway, let's continue.
If they got to make sure you're asking questions. At this point.
Okay.
I'll just say in response to that, there is no way on God's green earth that Tiberius, the emperor of Rome, became a Christian.
No.
If that's your historical case.
So he's not steel manning the case. He's just making an accusation which was never said. But he's just lying. Like, who said that he became a Christian? Would have you have gotten that from what Jonathan said? That Bart Ehrman knows that there are a whole bunch of people who are just cheering for him, and he's acting all confused and like, I can't understand. Well, what are you talking about? This is nuts. Are you saying that he became a Christian? And it's like, no, he never said that, never once. But there's a difference between someone knowing that historical events happened in a certain way, and they had to cover something up, like that information would have been known. And so that's a strength for the Christians.
Nice job.
No. That's not my case. Now, they weren't men of the Enlightenment. I mean, you do believe that Pilate and Tiberius were not men of the Enlightenment. They did believe. I mean, Tiberius believed in astrology. They did believe in the gods. These were.
They believed in the
look at the theatrics of Ehrman. Just like so confused. Like, what? What are you talking about, you idiot?
Gods. That's right.
And this is why I think Bart Ehrman, like, he liked to be around students a lot. And you know what? Actually, one time someone told me, they said, don't ever marry a primary school teacher, or else they'll treat you like a little kid for the rest of your life. I don't know if that's true or not. Some of you might be married to a primary school teacher or whatever. But what I find with Bart Ehrman is he has, he's retired now, but when he was in the University of North Carolina, he tended to constantly say that he likes having new students, young students, and they come up with all sorts of ideas trying to debunk him and all the rest of it. But you can imagine him like belittling them and being like, hey, I know all this stuff, you don't know anything, and just putting them in their place, but then being nice to them, and because he loves to see people lose their confidence and their faith in Scripture. It's just something that you can tell he gets all giddy about when he's telling these stories. And you can tell here he's at that mode where he's talking down to Jonathan, and he's just like, hey, what are you talking? What do you know? And Jonathan's got a very good argument. What he's saying is very stable, and it should be answered properly, not just mocked. And so this is where I see, James White, Bart Ehrman, and some other people who do debates regularly. They do operate in these theatrics of face pulling and giggling and laughing, and also just the whole straw man argument. Like he just said, so you're saying Tiberius got saved? It's like, I don't think one person on the planet thought that that's what Jonathan said. But Bart Ehrman, the guru of the critical text, he's saying this. And it's like, oh, well, I guess he saw something that I didn't see, And Jonathan's just like, no, I didn't say that at all. Why would Bart Ehrman say that? Because he wants to demonize Jonathan. He wants to make him look. He wants to belittle him. Wants to make him look stupid, and say that that's the conclusion, that he became a born again Christian. It's like, no.
Exactly. So if they investigated something and recognized, and the point of my opening was the educated elite were able to tell the difference. They weren't the populace. So
Tiberius looked into it, and he decided Jesus really was raised from the dead. This is your historical conclusion? I think that is rather far-fetched.
And so notice that, if that's your conclusion, that's far-fetched. It's not what he said. And he said that they would have known that there was something else had happened there. It probably doesn't even say that, hey, Jesus rose from the dead and all the rest of it. It probably says that type of teaching spread, but that they had to bribe the soldiers and that type of thing. But Bart Ehrman, he can't steel man Jonathan's argument. He has to create a straw man argument and then tear that down, because he's just belittling Jonathan at the moment. And I've noticed this. I think this is like the third debate that Bart Ehrman's had with him. Sometimes Jonathan's making a really good point, valid point. I'm listening along going, yeah, that's a really good thing. And Bart Ehrman just mocks it like it's the dumbest thing he's ever heard. And I'm like, that's not being honest in a debate. That's just debate tactics, theatrics.
We know a lot about Tiberius.
Yes, but this goes back to the other question. I mean, how big was the movement on the Samaritans moving up? And Pilate crushed that right away.
Jonathan, if you want to get another question in, you got about 30 seconds, boss.
Oh, okay. No, I'll turn it over to Dr. Ehrman.
Okay, good, thanks. Okay, so, So
Bart Ehrman just strawmanned, avoided the actual real issue. Helg says he is not scientific in his views, for if he was, he would grant many things, Jonathan says, at least possible. Yeah, that's the thing. He's like, oh, it's impossible that there was 10,000 converts. That's impossible. But he hasn't proven that, has he? He's just like, well, there's no evidence for it. Well, there is evidence for it in the Gospels and or in Acts, I should say, and in what Paul writes. And it's like, well, obviously, we believe they're accurate historical documents, and so Bart's just made up his own thing, done his own math, and come to his own conclusion. And it's like, okay, well, I guess that's true then. And it's like, why should we just believe what Bart Ehrman says about this? He's just practicing scholasticism. I'm a scholar. I've written a book on this, and you're wrong. And it's like, no, you've written some pretty lousy books in the past, or you've just been wrong time and time and time again. And even just someone like Dan Wallace has gone through and probably shown, 50 of these places where Bart Ehrman's wrong. James White's done the same. Many scholars have pointed out where Bart Ehrman's wrong. Lydia McGrew. You've got the guy who runs the Testify channel. He does little shorts and just shows where Bart Ehrman's just wrong on so many different fronts. And it's like, all these guys are critical text guys as well. And so it's just amazing how wrong Bart is. But no, he's right. There was only 10,000 Christians by the year 100, apparently. But yeah, he's written a book on it. So if you want to buy that book, and notice on the bookshelf back here, it's all the Armageddon books that he's selling. All those are the same books. So each one of them are probably $30 a pop. He's making a fortune off saying all this type of weird stuff, and people gravitate toward the weird. People gravitated toward the Da Vinci Code. Just have a bit of spice and a bit of a storyline behind it and controversy, and people will buy this stuff. And unfortunately, Bart Ehrman's just seen a market for this. He's put himself right in the middle of that, and he's making a fortune deceiving people.
I think we just established that you think that both Pontius Pilate and Tiberius became Christians.
Like, look at these guys are both looking like, Stephen Boyce and Jonathan are just like, are you really going there? Like they be not just like they looked at the evidence and went, okay, well, Pontius Pilate said Jesus rose from the dead or something, which that's not the claim Jonathan was making. But obviously the surrounding evidence does point to something mysterious happening there that they had to cover up. And the reason why they're not pursuing the disciples for stealing the body, you know what I mean? They could have easily just pursued them, got them, and strung them up like they did with Jesus. No, Bart Ehrman goes right to this strange straw man argument and says, so you're saying that Pontius Pilate and Tiberius became Christians? It's like, when did he ever say that? He all the way through was like, no, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. And then Bart Ehrman goes, so you're saying, it's a bit like, you see those Jordan Peterson memes, where he's getting interviewed and he's saying, no. And then the person interviewing is saying, so this is what you're saying. This is ridiculous. And sometimes it just takes pausing things, slowing down, and just critiquing something like this to go, Bart Ehrman is just a showman. He's a charlatan. He's a con man. He's lying here. Bart Ehrman doesn't even think that that's what Jonathan said. Bart Ehrman asked Jonathan, and he said, no, I'm not saying that whatsoever. But he's now saying, that's what you're saying, isn't it? He knows it's not what he's saying. So anyway, I actually want to rewind that a little bit because it's amazing.
You got about 30 seconds, boss.
Oh, okay. No, I'll turn it over to Dr. Ehrman.
Okay, good, thanks. Okay, so, well, I think we just established that you think that both Pontius Pilate and Tiberius became Christians?
No. What I was trying to establish from the report is they recognized that there was his guards were there.
No, I'm just asking, do you think they believed in Jesus' resurrection? Yes or no?
Well, yeah, I believe that's what allowed the Christians to spread and grow, and they didn't.
Because Tiberius and the Emperor Tiberius in Rome became a believer in Jesus' resurrection.
Well, no, that's not what he's saying. He's saying that something happened, whether they had actually believed it was some supernatural thing, and Jonathan sort of put it out there and said, look, they weren't atheists. They believed in multiple gods and all this sort of stuff, so that they could have believed that it was some supernatural thing, and just gone, oh well, this sort of thing happened. Or they could have been just, in a naturalistic sense, said, well, something happened that we can't explain. But that both of those things they leave a whole bunch of crumbs of information that show that the supernatural element that the Christians are saying would match up with the historical record. So, Bart Ehrman obviously can't go there.
No, he didn't become a believer in the resurrection, but he recognized there was a supernatural event.
What was the supernatural event?
Well, the resurrection.
So he did believe it.
Well, he believed what had transpired in Judea was a supernatural event.
Yeah, he believed Jesus got raised from the dead. Well, yes. He believed in the resurrection of Jesus, but he did not become a Christian.
No.
What are our biographical references to Tiberius in the ancient record? What kind of information do we have about Tiberius and from whom?
Well, we have Tacitus, Suetonius. I know who write a lot about him. And yeah, obviously.
How about Plutarch? Do we have a biography by Plutarch?
On Tiberius? I don't believe so. On Tiberius.
Do any Roman historians that talk about Tiberius say anything about his becoming committed to the resurrection of Jesus?
Look at this straw man, becoming committed to the resurrection of Jesus. Like when I'm looking at what Bart Ehrman is doing, like he's got these pieces of paper next to him as if he's reading them and taking down notes. I think what he's got is probably some scholars, friends that he knows, who are watching this debate, and they're actually typing in information for him to read and questions. But I think someone's gotten in their mind, like, let's just stick with this whole thing that he's claimed that they're Christians. And he's just going to run with that. But it's just ridiculous. It's just stupid. It's not even what Jonathan said. Now, Jonathan said that, and perhaps Jonathan hasn't thought that hard about it, but he did say, you know, perhaps he believed in the resurrection, but not become a Christian. I mean, plenty of people, you know, knew about the resurrection of Jesus and didn't believe. I mean, like the soldiers, they were just paid off. I mean, they would have gone, yeah, well, there's something happened there, but they're paid off and they're told to lie about it. Okay. And so, you know, to have someone know certain facts and figures, it doesn't mean that everyone is honestly pursuing truth and honestly going, well, I'm going to seek this out for the rest of my life or whatever. That they can just suppress truth. But that happens all the time. I know some people who they know God is real 100%, but they suppress it. I know people who are not living as Christians, but they could you know, convince other people to become Christians because they know so much about it, but they're not even living as Christians. And so, you know, Bart's made out that if you actually do think that the resurrection happened, you're instantly a believer. It's like, no, that's yeah, he doesn't really even seem to know the gospel. He's saying the gospel is just believe in the resurrection. And so anyway.
No.
When you look at, say, someone like Agrippa, he's like, you almost convinced me to become a Christian. And he had studied deep into these things. So, yeah, Bart Ehrman's making out that this is just like some Roman guy who's just like totally disinterested in anything. And he's just like, you know, as if I'm going to even bother looking into these Christians and their stupid claims. But then you get to Agrippa and it's like, he knows about a lot of these things. He studied these things. And then he says, you almost persuade me to become a Christian. And Paul was like, I know these things aren't hidden from you. How come they're not hidden? Because these guys are looking into these things. They're actually looking at the reports and things like that.
Any of them ever say that Tiberius knew anything about Jesus?
No.
Does any of our external records about Pontius Pilate say that he came to believe in the...
But wouldn't 1 + 1 = 2? Don't you just follow the sequence of events? Wouldn't it be more logical to think that if Pilate was the governor there and they were scrutinizing him over other things meticulously, surely his reports would have gone back to Tiberius with all the information about the so-called resurrection. Like perhaps they just called it a so-called resurrection or a myth of resurrection or whatever. It doesn't mean that he believed like, okay, well, I believe in the Old Testament and I believe the New Testament and Jesus is the Son of God. It doesn't mean he believes in all that. But he might just go, well, apparently there was some supernatural thing. That's a claim. Perhaps it was a natural thing that happened. Perhaps there was a lightning bolt struck. And at the same time, the disciples saw an opportunity to, when the soldiers ran to steal the body, or perhaps they're trying to think of a naturalistic thing. I know Jonathan's saying, well, it was the resurrection. I would offer these other things and go, well, that's plausible to you and a logical thing that you should go, yeah, I can see that could happen. But he's just fighting against everything. Helg says, we see Bart as a theatrical actor, maybe not an Oscar, but still, yeah, Agrippa had more sense than Bart. Yeah, absolutely.
Resurrection.
Well, we have Tertullian's report.
No. Roman.
Oh, his father was Roman. But no, actually, the ancients are.
What are our sources for Josephus? I mean, for what are our records for Pilate outside of the New Testament?
Well, Philo, obviously Philo and Josephus write extensively.
Do either of them talk about his knowledge of Jesus?
But this is just ridiculous. I mean, like Hitler, he would have had access to like everything that Rommel had sent him when he was in Africa. Daily reports sent to Hitler. Like where are all those? Like most of those probably shredded, destroyed, gone in history. You know what I mean? And so, but they, like Hitler would have known what Rommel had seen, and things that were spoken about. Now, I've only just chosen Rommel as just an example. I don't know if all his records were left intact. Now, that was one of the interesting things when the Allies went into Japan after World War II, was all the archives were intact. And so for scholars, that was like a gold mine, because all their dealings with China, the rape of Nanking, all that sort of stuff, very well documented. All their battles with the Soviet Union, well documented. All their correspondence with the Nazis, very well documented. And the thing was, some of the things that were in Japan, they just simply weren't in Europe anymore, because that got destroyed, got shredded, and all the rest of it. And so, but they kept meticulous records as well. And so, like if I was in that situation, like just say some sort of event happened where a body got stolen and people started believing in something like that happened over in Japan, they would write about that. That's all Jonathan's really saying. And it's like, okay, so people are believing that this is a resurrection. And if Tiberius, Pontius Pilate are already sort of, they're not atheistic in a sense of zero gods. They do believe in gods, the Roman gods. They could think of a supernatural type of thing. That could be a possibility that they thought that. But even just granting that it's just completely naturalistic, that's plausible as well. That there could have been some sort of lightning strike or something, or there could have been some sort of thing happened to scare the soldiers away and for the disciples to steal the body, which that could have happened. And so I guess Jonathan being put on the spot like this in a debate, he's probably not thought of all those ramifications, but maybe he has, or all those answers, I should say. But Bart's just honing in on like, so they became Christians, did they? It's like and one thing I've noticed that Bart does, it's a bit like, okay, you've got the evidence that you have to deal with. So we've got the book of Acts has been written. That's a witness. But he doesn't believe that. He will believe Josephus way over Acts, because Acts has got contradictions or whatever, that are easily harmonized. But he will go through everything that doesn't have anything to do with it. And so it's a bit like, trying to prove, like saying, okay, Martin Luther had influence in all the world. And it's like, okay, did he travel to Russia? No. Did he travel to Japan? No. Did he travel to China? No. Did he travel to India? No. Did he travel? And just to get no, all in a row. And it's like, well, what's this got to do with anything? You know what I mean? Why are you saying all the stuff that it's not in? Why not just deal with what it is in? But he knows that he just wants to get people. Most people probably can't. Most people who would watch this debate wouldn't really even understand what's being said. But the few who are watching it would just be, sort of shaking their head and going, "Well, this is a pretty weird way for Bart Ehrman to go." Especially those who aren't in agreement with Bart Ehrman. They're like, "This is a bit of a straw man tactic." But just to get people saying no, and it's a bit like what James White says about the Textus Receptus. Like, can you name any manuscript on the planet that is 100% agreement with the Textus Receptus? And he puts his head up high, like does the theatrics, like this, and they have to say, no, there's no manuscript that agrees 100% with the Textus Receptus. He's like, see, this type of thing. And it's like, well, no manuscript agrees with the Nestle Alarm text either, or any other text. They're all eclectic texts. So why only just mention the Textus Receptus? But it's just to get this no type of answer. Like, I've asked a question, you have to say no. And so this is a debate tactic. It's not really honest debating.
Well,
At all.
obviously, no, Josephus, obviously there's a disputed passage. Josephus does talk about...
No. I'm talking about whether Pilate, do Josephus and Philo, who are references or sources for understanding Pilate, do they say anything about Pilate knowing about Jesus?
No, but they don't. They mention Christianity, and they don't explain, or Josephus mentions Christianity, the movement, and
do you
doesn't...
think Josephus believed in the resurrection of Jesus?
No, but I knew as a historian and with his background and his ability to access records, he doesn't provide a counter narrative to that. It would have served him very well for the Vespasian. Like, hey,
the fact that Josephus does not come up with some other explanation for the resurrection demonstrates that the resurrection happened.
No, but it is a negative fact when we look collectively.
What makes you think the resurrection?
Notice Bart Ehrman's changed the goalposts. It's like, Jonathan's clearly saying that he knew of Christianity. And if you know of Christianity, you know what that entails, of the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus. And so then Bart's like, so where does he specifically say about the resurrection? So it's a bit like, someone saying, okay, where in the Bible does it say that Jesus said, I am Jehovah God? And you're like, well, it doesn't actually. And they're like, see, and that's what he's doing. It's just, he's not interested in getting Jonathan's opinion. He's not interested in steel manning Jonathan's argument. He's just interested in just getting Jonathan to say, no, I'm not sure. No, he didn't say that. No, instead of dealing with what was said.
It did happen. I mean, you're supposed to be arguing that Jesus was raised from the dead on historical grounds. And so what's your argument?
Well, one of the...
Which is, he's just being an obnoxious pig, really. really. If someone was arguing like this who didn't have all the accolades of Bart Ehrman, like if you just had some dude who was debating, like just say Will Kinney was debating, I know Will, he's been on my program and I've interviewed him, but just say he was acting like this, you would go, oh, Will, you're being a jerk, but because it's Bart, this is how he's winning debates, by suppressing the other person's opinion. And he's saying now he has to have specifically talked about the resurrection instead of just, okay, well, you can talk about Christianity in general. Like King Agrippa, do you think King Agrippa knew all about the Christians? Does it say in that that he knew all about the resurrection? I don't think so in that narrative. I don't think he talks about how Jesus, did miracles. But do you think he knew that Jesus did miracles, or it was claimed that he did miracles? Of course, and it's just silly to think that someone would know about Christianity and not the resurrection. But Bart's like, no, you have to. Where's he mentioned it? Where's he said resurrection? Where's the word resurrection there? It's like, well, historians make claims. It's like saying if I studied into the history of the Civil War, I would know who Abraham Lincoln is. You know what I mean? If you studied into Christianity, the main thing in Christianity is the resurrection. And so Bart's just throwing dust in the air and sand in the air. And unfortunately what happens here is we stop learning Jonathan's case, because Bart Ehrman is not interested in getting more, extrapolating out of Jonathan exactly what he's getting at. He's interested in saying, putting a straw man argument there and saying, you're saying this, you're saying that, or getting him to say no constantly, which makes him look weak.
First points I made is that we have all these perspectives on the case. And I think you would agree that Celsus, Porphyry, Julian,
Doesn't Celsus give an alternative explanation?
But notice he's talking over the top of him. Like, you know, even in the Standing for Truth debates, people would say, hey, can I finish my question? And I really hate it when people do debates. I know you can do this, apparently. You know, most people who do debates online are not debaters. They're just someone with ideas and concepts, and then they're thrown into a debate arena, and it's like, I just find some people are jerks when it comes to debating. Like, and that's why I really appreciate when someone like TurretinFan or someone is just, they're normal and they overlook, you know, the fact that we're not all professional debaters. But when you get someone like James White and he's like, yes or no answer, you know, this type of thing, and you go to explain it, he's like, oh, no. Or and people do it to James White all the time because he's full on with them, so they're full on with him. And they'll say, you know, did so and so say this in the early church? And he's like gonna say yes or something, but he's going to explain that it's not exactly what it meant. But they will go, oh, no, that's all I wanted to hear. And it's like, I think that's just being a jerk. You know what I mean? Like, what is that? We're supposed to be, I almost said we're supposed to be Christians. Well, I'm talking about James White. But Bart is just acting like a jerk here, as far as I can tell. Just talking over Jonathan. He's halfway through explaining something, and he's talking over the top of him. And so what this does, Bart's like, I'm right, you're wrong. Anything you say halfway through your explanation, I'm just going to talk over the top of you. So in other words, what you're explaining is not important. What you're explaining is not true. What you're explaining isn't even an answer. Let's just go to the next thing. And this is just being an obnoxious pig, really. And notice Jonathan's not doing this at all. He's very respectful.
It's not a credible one.
I see. You mentioned, you wondered why Livy didn't say anything about the resurrection?
No. I didn't. What I was trying to showcase, what I said was Plutarch. Plutarch goes through a number of cases or resurrection scenarios similar to Jesus. The point that I made is it's actually interesting that he doesn't bring up Jesus's name in the 2nd century at a time.
Very interesting. So how do you explain that? How do you explain that Plutarch never mentions Jesus?
Well, I think it's clear.
Again, halfway through giving an answer, and he just talked over the top. Like, this is just bullying. And I guess that's why Bart Ehrman has classes of just young people that he can dominate over and kick out of his class or whatever, like he can just be full on with them and just be really gnarly. And I'm the boss. And I guess if he had other people in his class who could run rings around him, and many people could, he would hate that, and he would do all these theatrics and all the rest of it.
They had no information. Now, obviously, you're a court historian. You're not going to put out something that could potentially embarrass the emperor.
If Plutarch had no information, then why would you expect a counter narrative?
Well, he's speaking about, he's bringing up in his biographies all these supernatural events that kind of align with the Christian. It is interesting that he doesn't provide a falsification for Jesus of Nazareth.
You just said he doesn't know about Jesus.
No, I never said he didn't know.
He does know. He knows about Jesus, but never mentions it.
Well, no. What I'm saying is history has been out there. Tacitus, Pliny, and so...
more theatrics. What's that? Yeah. It's just so stupid. Let him speak, man.
Tacitus, Pliny, and Suetonius all show that Christians were on the empire. They all associated with destructive superstition, which would be congruent with the resurrection of Christ. It's out there. They're very aware about it. What's missing in all their narratives is a falsification. And what I've showed from Plutarch, Livy, is the educated elite understood, and this is the point of Lucian too. You know, we don't have what Lucian provided for Alexander the false prophet. We don't have for Jesus. And Lucian actually attacked Christians. Why was he able to do that with Alexander, but not for Jesus? Unless there wasn't information to do.
Unless there wasn't information.
There wasn't a naturalistic explanation for what happened.
Okay. Except for the women being hysterical, for example.
That's not a natural.
The women being hysterical, for example. So he's defaulting back to Codex Sinaiticus Vaticanus and saying that that's true, and the last 12 verses of Mark aren't true. And this is what I find is another pillar. They go to one of the most easily debunked concepts, that the last 12 verses of Mark are not genuine. And then they read the Bible like up to that point and go, see, the women were afraid, you know, they were hysterical. And it's like, no, 99.99% of all Christians everywhere have believed that story. There's a couple of weird manuscripts that probably most certainly should just be rejected. Vaticanus and Sinaiticus, we don't know how old they are. They haven't been chemically and scientifically tested, XRF tested or anything like that. And so, but Bart's going to make his claim on this. It's only really since the time of Westcott and Hort, leading up to today, that these things have been, completely, written off from the Protestant Bibles. The woman caught in adultery story and the last 12 verses of Mark. Some people over history have, like Cajetan and others during the Reformation period, placed doubt on it. Other people have talked about it, but not to the point where they got it in double brackets and like James White saying it's a Gnostic reading, the last 12 verses, or Peter Gurry saying they're apocryphal. So, of course, if people who are claiming to be Christian are saying that, Bart Ehrman is just going to jump in and say, yeah, well, that's true. And, the women are hysterical, and but it's just ridiculous. And this is what amazes me with the Academy or with the Critical Text group. They go with these strange and weird readings, but this is milked by Bart Ehrman. And so this is where the whole concept of James White saying, if we don't agree with Bart Ehrman can see the variants too, we've just got to agree with him, and because he'll pull it to pieces. What's he got to say about the last 12 verses? I mean, if you just look at the facts, 2 manuscripts don't have 12 verses in it. 1,654 manuscripts do have it. So 99.99% of manuscripts have it. Only 2 don't. And he's going with those 2, as the gullible critical text guys are. Like, seriously, like they pull us TR people over the coals for 1 John 5:7 and saying, look, there's no Greek evidence, and they keep pointing to Greek evidence, and we're like, well, there's a reason why, study the Greek church. But we're like, okay, it's in 95% of the Latin. Okay, that's pretty big. And there's also these grammatical issues that have happened, and we go through the early church quotations of this, and we've got lots and lots of evidence for it. And they're like, no. And what I realized, say with 1 John 5:7, there's about 500 manuscripts of that part of 1 John. Like, just say we were to go, okay, how many manuscripts would it take for people to believe that that's genuine? And so apparently there's roughly about 4 that have it, and another 4 have it in the margin. So about 8, and 4 of those are marginal. And so is that enough for some people? No. Okay, so just say I said, okay, is 100 manuscripts enough? They would say no. Is 200 enough? No. 300 enough? No. 498 manuscripts out of 500, is that enough? They would say no. Okay, because they're not interested in the majority text. All of a sudden, when they talk about the comma, they become majority text advocates. which the Textus Receptus might agree with the majority text, but it's not based on the majority text. The majority text sometimes comes into play, but we go with the correct text, and we go with the writings of the early church. And so just like, I think it's Tertullian, he talks about, the Gospel of Mark starts off with Jesus, the Son of God, and ends with his ascension. So clearly pointing to the last 12 verses of Mark being part of Scripture. There's so much evidence for this. It's ridiculous to almost talk about it. Like it's sort of like you get into the area where it is like flat Earth stuff, and I'm not just saying that to say an ad hominem argument. Like I know, James Snap would just say to me, oh, you're worse than a flat earther and all this sort of stuff, when I had a pretty good case for the things that I was talking about. But in this case, it's like, surely, like even Stephen Boyce, he was like hanging around Maurice Robinson for a while, and he's like, I'm not sure about the last 12 verses of Mark. Maybe they are genuine. And he started like the Lord's Prayer, the longer ending. He was like, he actually defended that. And I was like, it's all over the place with some of these guys, because they go, oh, King James, and whether that's a toxic environment or not. I mean, you can have people believe in a pre-trib rapture or whatever that I believe in, but you can be in the silliest church in the world. So some people leave that church and they throw the pre-trib rapture out because of the silliness of the church they're in. So some people have been King James only, but it's King James ugly. It's just a toxic environment, So they jump into critical text mess, but then if you keep studying that, usually you go, oh, hang on. There's like the last 12 verses of Mark is the easiest thing to show that it is that is a genuine reading. But Bart Ehrman, he's part of the academy, and that's his story. And unfortunately, a lot of Bible believing Christians, they think that the last 12 verses of Mark shouldn't be talked about. People like John MacArthur have just said, they'll go through their teachings on Mark and then get to those last verses and just say, they're not genuine. And to me, it just amazes me that they come to this conclusion, and it's just because the Academy have said so. Where I take my hat off to people who go, actually, on that, like say with someone like Matthew Everhard, even though I've done some pretty harsh videos on him in the past, at least he was like, he said, I'm a critical text guy. And he said, but I do think the woman caught in adultery is probably real, and I do think the last 12 verses of Mark. And I was like, actually, you're a majority text guy, and this sort of came out. And then later, I was like 2 months later, he did a video, I'm a majority text guy. I think he didn't realize what being a critical text guy was, what that involved, where majority text people tend to be, closer to a TR position. But obviously there are differences there. But anyway, let's just continue.
Naturalistic. You can debunk that. That's a.
How can you debunk that? If
so, he's halfway through answering again and gets talked over again. How many times? Like I've been in this situation where I'm trying to answer something and someone just keeps asking me questions, asking me another question, ask another question, and this is where you got to turn around and say, well, you're not actually allowing me to finish any of these questions. So pretty much everything I've just said is like half an answer. And the thing is too, then you give half an answer and then they critique you on that instead of having a full story. And so I remember that happened in the Millennium debate that I had. It was at Keith Foskey and a bunch of other guys, and they were talking about the Millennium. And I was told that it wasn't a full debate. It was just sort of like a bit of a conversation and a slight pushback sort of thing. But this one guy, he just kept asking me question after question after question after question. And I'm halfway through explaining it, and he'd ask me another question, roll his eyes and go, oh, and make noises and do theatrics and all this. Just, so I did a full hour video after that debate just to show what a jerk he was. When, like, he was doing what Bart Ehrman's doing here. And it's like, man, I thought this was sort of like a chat. If you wanted a full debate, But I wouldn't even do that in a full debate. And that's why sometimes I want to know what they're thinking. I want to know what they believe and think about things. Yes, we want to trap people in their own words, and we want to get them saying something that causes a contradiction in their argument. But at the end of the day, it's not just being a jerk and just talking over people. That's just wrong.
If a Roman who's attacking Christianity says that women said they saw Jesus, but they were hysterical, how do you attack that?
Well, remember the argument that Paul made before Festus and Agrippa is that this is a falsifiable event. The point of what he was saying to Festus and Agrippa is, you guys own this territory. You're well aware of the events. You can check it out. There was a tomb. There was information out there to debunk it. That's all they had to do. If there was no tomb, that's all they had to say. There was no tomb in Jerusalem.
Okay, so where was the tomb?
In Jerusalem, it was a tomb by Joseph of Arimathea.
Yeah, if they wanted to go find the tomb, where would they go?
Obviously, to the historical records that he's talking about, Bart not walking there and going, "Oh, there's no one there," like he explained before. That's just like a Monty Python skit or something. Like, it's not to do with the arguments. He's not even addressing what's being said here. I mean, it's pretty clear. If you've got someone like Agrippa, Festus and Agrippa are there, and Paul's saying, you know these things very well. How do they know those things very well? How do they know the history of all this? It's because anyone who would have came in after Pontius Pilate into that area, into those regions, would have known about the history of the place. And they would have read these things. And how did someone be persuaded to almost become a Christian when they knew the documents there? Wouldn't it just say, the disciples stole the body? Oh, there you go. It's just a hoax. It's a load of rubbish,
Well, they would go into Jerusalem. They would know. They would be able to check in to the Roman Empire. Would be able to check in and find out who Joseph. He was a member of the Sanhedrin. They would inspect.
Really? Is he mentioned in any Roman sources?
Again, halfway through answering something, and Bart Ehrman talks straight over the top, like a jerk.
No, he's not mentioned in there.
Okay.
However, what we do,
he wants to talk over him again, and look with his really grumpy face, like he's, I don't know, having an enema.
You have from Hegesippus is a report on Domitian where he went back and looked into the family of Jesus, which shows even 50, 60 years after the event, you can get information from the family of Jesus and what's happened.
How is somebody like Plutarch, how would he know where Jesus' tomb had been?
I mean, he's a man of the ancient world. What we see,
because like Bart Ehrman's just like imagining a world without the Bible. Like the Bible was there. People are writing stuff in the Book of Acts. Things are being written down, and so, but Bart rejects the Book of Acts. And I'm not exactly sure where he places it. Whether it's at the end of the first century, end of the second century, like Dan McClellan, he pushes a lot of the Gospels back that far. But yeah, it's he's sort of trying to, because this is the thing, to get into the mind of these skeptics, it's a bit like trying to imagine World War II without Churchill. So, just say we look back in history and someone was like, no, Churchill didn't exist. And you're like, oh, okay. And so then when you're telling a story, you go to tell something about Churchill and it's like, oh, no, he doesn't exist. And it's like all the way through, that's what these guys have, missing pieces that they extract information. So you're just left there going, okay, well, what book do you think is a forgery again? And which book is pushed back to the end of the second century, and which book is genuine, and which book did Paul write, and which book was forged, and where all these contradictions. And so they just have every step of the way just a little hurdle, a stumbling block for you to fall over. And so Helg says the big chief is talking to the underdog. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that Jonathan Sheffield is ex-military, like he was in the Navy or something. And so I just imagine this like being, because I was like, man, Jonathan Sheffield seems to do pretty well under this type of pressure. I hate this type of thing. Like when people are like this in real life, I stop talking. If people aren't listening to what I'm saying, I just stop and go, oh, okay. And yeah, they're like, well, haven't you got anything to say? I'm like, no, because they're just being jerks. And it's like, but when you're in a debate and other people are watching, it's like you're doing it for them. So you might say, well, this guy's obviously being a jerk or whatever. And so that's why after that Millennium debate, I did a quick 1 hour video just showing where I was right. And he was trying to make out that I was wrong and talk over the top of me and just sort of belittle me and make out that I'm an idiot. But I was thinking Jonathan Sheffield, like this would probably take him back to the boot camp days, where you've got, the sergeant screaming at you and telling you you're a nothing and, you have to shave your head. And I remember hearing one guy, they said, do you want to keep your sideburns? And he said, oh, okay. And they shaved him and put him straight in his hand. Like, because they're shaving your head and they're just saying, we own you. You have no personality left. You just do what you're told, that type of thing. And it seems like, that same type of pressure, and this is just completely unnecessary when you're trying to get information out of people, to put people under this type of pressure and talk over them and to say, oh, you're saying this when clearly he's not. It's just dishonest. And I would say Bart Ehrman is not enjoyable to watch as someone who's debating. Now, when he's doing his opening statements, it's like, okay, we can go through and critique them. When he's doing rebuttals, it's like, okay. But when he's doing this cross-examination, it's like he's just a jerk. Scholasticism kicks in. He's the guru who knows everything. You're a pleb who knows nothing. And so you can be talked over. You can be treated disrespectfully. You're just a nothing who doesn't know anything much. And so, and also all the facial expressions, like, what on earth? Like, if I was talking to the flat earther, I would do those facial expressions. I couldn't help myself. Bart Ehrman's making out that this is like, even just look at the face that he's pulling at the moment. He's just like, I can't believe what? I can't believe that you're saying this. But then when you actually just look at what Jonathan's saying, it's like, well, the practical ramifications of someone knowing about Christianity is they probably knew about the death, burial, and resurrection. How would they be persuaded to know that? How did Paul say, hey, you already know all these things? And that's because in history, they kept these meticulous records. And so the other Romans would have known about these records. And so it's a very good case. Just Stand Forever says, Bart and James White, similar hand wave debate tactics. Oh, that's nonsense. Asked and answered. Yeah. Asked and answered. As though that's demonstrating an intellectual response. Sorry, but I just noticed some similarities. And that's why I say, unfortunately, what's happened with apologetics in the United States, people do theatrics like this, and people are going around, apologists going around teaching basically the bibliology of the critical text and turning people into Bart Ehrmans. That's what they're doing. So James White goes around showing where, oh, this verse isn't in the NIV, but it's in your New King James and this type of thing, causing people to go, why? And he's like, well, just keep believing God, because he grew up in church and he grew up in this religion, and he's going to stay in that religion because that's what else is he going to do? Go and get a job concreting or something? No, he's going to do what he does. And the thing is, he's already said a whole bunch of stuff against truth. He's written the King James only controversy, which is filled to the back teeth with error. And it's almost like it's so wrong. It's like a Bart Ehrman book. And so what's he going to do? He's just going to double down on that. And so But yeah, I noticed the similarities too with James White and the theatrics. But unfortunately, James White goes around saying, "Hey, I'm still in the church. You can still believe God." Where Bart Ehrman's just like, "Well, I couldn't be bothered with that. I've left the church, and I think it's all a load of rubbish." But they're both sort of cashing in on it. It would be interesting to see if you actually extracted money from what they're doing, like donations, money, books, and all the rest of it from what they're doing. How much they would actually talk about these things if they didn't get a cent, or if they had to actually pay out of their own pocket to go and tell people the truth about the King James, or truth about the Bible itself. I don't think these guys would bother with that, But when you're making them a coin, people like Dan McClellan, people, you can see these guys rising up, and they're making coin from this. And they're getting to the point where they could probably live a comfortable life as a YouTube scholar, and that's what they're going to do for their life. And so it'd be interesting to see, if they weren't getting anything, if they just had to pay through the nose, just constantly paying money to spread information, would they bother to do that? Because having religious controversy is lucrative.
No, but how would anybody?
Okay, more talking over. Listen to this.
How would somebody like Plutarch, how would he know where Jesus' tomb had been?
I mean, he's a man of the ancient world. What we see.
No, but how would anybody? I mean, if you today.
So I've said 2 words. Jonathan's like, I've just said 2 words, and you're already asking a different question, another question on top. You're not allowing me to talk. And so this is where, in a moderated debate, what should happen, this is what Stephen Boyce should do. They should be very clear, because he was rebuking Jonathan for sort of, sometimes people filibuster before they ask a question, but sometimes you have to do that. You have to place it in the exact right place, and then go, what do you think about this, to get all that across. But what we see is, Stephen was like, hey, Jonathan, remember, you're asking questions, you're not stating facts here. And so he's rebuked him for just going maybe an extra, 10 or 15 seconds explaining something. But Bart Ehrman can talk over him all the way through. So this is where, like the Standing for Truth guys, when they're doing a debate with Donnie Badinsky, even though, I've separated myself from those guys because they're sort of Stephen Andersonites. The whole thing when Anderson came out with all the child abuse stuff, and some of those guys were like, it's fine. I don't know if Donnie Badinsky was saying it, but I know Praise I Am was. He's like, it's fine to have, to be that gnarly with kids. We should bash them, and as long as they're not killing them, sort of thing. It was like, so child abuse is fine, Anyway, so I separated myself from those guys. They're pretty toxic. But at least in the debates, he says we're going to have a Q&A session of question and answers, and we're going to have uninterrupted answers. So in other words, you can't just talk over someone. Now, I know things get heated, but this is not heated. This is just Bart being a jerk, So Hell says James White is using Bart Ehrman as a measuring stick as to how well he's doing in the textual department. And he's very proud of having debated Bart, and he has the same text critical position as Bart. Good bedfellows, yes. And even James White said in before their debate, I listened to a radio interview with James White, and he said on that interview, there's really nothing that Bart Ehrman has written about in Jesus Interrupted that he hasn't addressed already in his King James only controversy. And it's like, so it's sort of the same, like the birds of a feather. They're talking about the same thing, but James White, it's like I explain it like when I was first a Christian, like I was writing to the heavy metal scene, okay, and the church that I was in, they were like, yeah, cool, if you want to do a rap band or a heavy metal band, just go for it. I was like, okay, so we had this heavy band, and we had these gnarly lyrics about hell, and they were full on. It was like hardcore full on preaching in these songs, and and sometimes it would be on a theme, and me and my friends would sort of joke that the only difference between like some of these Slayer songs, like a whole song about abortion or something, was just at the end of the Christian songs they just said repent or something, or just let people know it's Christian. It's like Jesus or something. And so, that's James White at the end of what he's saying about textual criticism. He's like, keep trusting God, But Bart Ehrman's like, don't trust God. Don't believe in him.
Wanted to find where Jesus' tomb was. How would you find it? Would you go to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre and say that, yeah, this was it?
You go to writings of that era, which obviously we don't have, but we have historical record that they did have writings of such things.
I'd have to dig under. Remember, there was pilgrimages going on, Jews, even after they were kicked out.
When were the first Christian pilgrimages to Jerusalem?
Well, I'm saying that the Jews.
So another question he's trying to answer and he's talked over. He said, 6 words, and then he's talked over again. And so this is sort of disgusting. But it's actually, Stephen Boyce should really butt in there and say, okay, let's let Jonathan finish what he's saying on that question. Okay, another question. Okay, let him finish what he's saying. And that's how it should be, None of this just talk over someone the whole time, get half an answer, and then just move on.
Even when they were exiled from their land, still were going back over to the area.
I'm asking where a particular tomb was. How do you falsify a report by going to a tomb 100 years later?
Well, but Herod and Antipas and Pilate were there. Festus, are you saying that Festus and Agrippa, territories that they're overseeing, couldn't go back there within 20 years of the event?
Nobody knew where the tomb was.
Jonathan, you have to answer the question, not ask it.
Okay, my bad.
See what I mean? Like I know Stephen Boyce is rebuking Jonathan here, and because he asked the question, but you can ask questions that clarify. But Stephen Boyce is not saying to Bart Ehrman, "Hey, look, give him space to answer," or in a better debate with someone being a jerk like Bart Ehrman is. It should be like, okay, well, you ask a question and then he's got 30 seconds at least before you can start behaving like this. Like not just like 3 seconds and then another question, then 3 seconds, another question, 3 seconds, another question. That's ridiculous. And so all Bart Ehrman's trying to do is he's trying to say, I'm the authority here. Because it's a bit like running into these people who call themselves alpha males. They're just the type of people who push in at a shopping center in the line, and it's like, what are you doing, dude? Well, I'm better than you. It's like just jerks. I've realized that alpha male usually just means a jerk, and I've met people who are like, I'm an alpha male, and then later on they're jerks, and it's like, and they're like, you're a beta, you're a this and that, and it's like, no, it's. I'm actually practicing Christianity. I'm not just being a jerk. And these people believe that the story of the wolves is true, where you get the alpha male thing from, which is completely fabricated. It's a load of rubbish. It's been disproven.
I love it.
So there's no record of anybody knowing where the tomb was until 300 years later. And so if Plutarch wanted to find the tomb, I don't know if you've been to Jerusalem, but on the Mount of Olives, they have this huge cemetery. You got all these tombs. Well, how do you say, oh yeah, that's the one? I'm just trying to think what you're imagining when somebody 100 years later, and if somebody says, oh yes, this was Jesus' tomb, and Plutarch goes to it and says, yeah, well, it's empty. I guess he got raised from the dead. Is that what you're imagining?
No, that's sort of like an argument that he wasn't making, and he's trying to get him to answer this question about that, when really he's talking about the written historical facts where they would have been written down. It would have been like if you were working for Hitler, okay, and you had to keep meticulous records. you would say, okay, this event happened here, this person died, they were buried in this tomb in this location, and you would have given a whole bunch of details. And so that's all Jonathan's saying. It's not completely out of the realm of probability. It's very possible that these events happened like that, and it's actually more so to say that that these details weren't kept. You're actually going against the history of the Romans and how they kept meticulous records.
No. I'm not imagining that point.
What when you say that Plutarch doesn't come up with an explanation for the empty tomb, I don't know what you're saying.
Well, he was able to provide an explanation. He had information on Romulus. He had information on Aristeas. 400 or 500. Where is he getting information?
Yeah, from literary sources. How many literary sources did Plutarch have?
Yeah, exactly.
Have about the Christians?
Well, I don't have all his references, but he was well educated. He was resourceful. He had information.
Does Plutarch talk about the Christians?
No, he does not.
No.
Okay, you got time for one more question, Dr. Ehrman. One more question.
So, I would like. So my question is: do you have any positive evidence that Jesus was raised from the dead? You're saying they would have come up with a counter narrative. I kind of doubt that. What is your positive evidence that Jesus was raised from the dead?
Well, we do have the Gospels. So all 4 Gospels report that claim that he rose from the dead.
So as a historian, if you have 4 accounts written 60 years later, they all say something, that would be a violation of
Notice 60 years later. It's gone to the worst possible scenario. But if you pushed him on that, it's like, well, that's the consensus of scholars. No, that's the consensus of liberal scholars who are usually believing in the critical text, and scholars who believe otherwise are usually kicked out of the academy. They're shunned. They're booed. Name a person who follows the Textus Receptus who's in the academy. Name the conservatives in the academy who would come against all this rubbish. So of course they've got a consensus. Of course it's a stacked deck.
For law, it probably happened. Is that your view?
No, I think we have all these other circumstances that I put together in my opening thesis that covers all those points. It's not just the negative fact, it's everything together.
Okay. I'm going to have to pause this right there and switch sides here. So now we're going to do a second grouping of cross-exam.
And you watch. Jonathan will be polite. He'll ask a question and let Bart talk for ages. And it's like, what did we learn from Jonathan through that? It was just exactly what Bart Ehrman wanted, just for it to be scattered, for him to be the top dog, for him to look like he knows everything and just ask a whole bunch of irrelevant questions. Now, some of them were relevant, but a lot of them were just like, so you're saying, they became believers? What's that? So kind of ridiculous.
So if you want to hold your spot somewhere and try to remember, I'll give you a minute to do that. Jonathan, you're going into the questioning of Dr. Ehrman now. You'll also have 10 minutes. Again, I'll let you overlap a little bit. Audience, good job on getting those questions in. Thank you for addressing the proper panelists. We might have time for maybe a few more of those if you want to send those in. Jonathan, go ahead. I'll start your time.
Okay. All right, Dr. Ehrman, one of the things I want to talk to you about is your contention against the burial tomb. Now, obviously, we have quotes from the gospel, which you're aware of in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, promoting a tomb narrative. Obviously, in the Gospel of Peter, it contains a tomb narrative. We also have Celsus that is interacting with the tomb narrative, and we have reports from the Jewish sources. Obviously, Tertullian, Justin, they're interacting with Jews and they're getting some information. And we even have the Cultish Jesu.
I'm sorry. What Jewish sources do we have for the tomb?
So we have Justin Martyr.
Sorry, I'm not supposed to ask questions. I'm just clarify your question for me, please.
Give specifics, not generalize. That might help us out a little bit. I'll pause the time on that. I'll give you an extra 15 seconds to give specifics on that, please.
Okay. So in Matthew 28, he said,
so Jonathan's being pulled over the coals. Bart could have just waited until he finished, because he probably was going to clarify himself. But he's now talking over him again, where if he actually just went through and finished it and said, okay, I'll answer this, but when you're talking about Jewish sources, I'm not sure what you're talking about, can clarify that, instead of just stopping him midway. Like I don't know, is it just me, or does Bart Ehrman just enjoy cutting people off mid-sentence? The whole thing of Jesus interrupted. It's like, Jesus is in the middle of talking and Bart's like, just right in the middle. No.
There's a polemic where the Jews came by night and stole him away. Justin Martyr, in his dialogue with Trofer, proclaimed that the Jews were promoting a godless and lawless heresy, that there was a Galilean Sean who we crucified, but the disciples stole him away. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the Totodoth Jesu, where the cabbage farmer heard about the but what we see.
So let me respond to that as a question.
So he's talked over him again. He hasn't finished asking the question. Like, if he just let him go the first time, like, he's like, well, what Jewish historians? It's like, well, and even Jonathan's like, well, maybe you don't know about these, Just because Bart doesn't know about them doesn't mean he has the right to just talk over him. And this is what I think, I know these guys have looked up to Bart Ehrman, and when I say looked up to him, like Stephen Boyce, even when I debated Stephen Boyce, he was quoting Bart Ehrman's material to do with the woman caught in adultery and saying, well, I agree with Bart Ehrman on this and on that. And these guys, these critical text guys, oftentimes revere Bart Ehrman as like, the guru. And so in this situation, he feels like he's friends with Jonathan. So he feels like he can rebuke him, but he can't rebuke Bart because, man, you don't bite the hand of a guru. You let the guru just talk over and be a jerk or whatever. That's what I'm finding here anyway. And the thing is, Bart's not making for a good debate, is he? It's just, he's just causing confusion and just making Jonathan like going, hang on, I've got to, you want that clarified, do you? Okay, But ultimately, at the end of the day, when it comes to debating, one thing that I don't really like is filibustering questions. And so I know, was it Doug Lebeck who debated James White? And he seemed to have questions that went on and on and on, and to the point where you're cringing. Everyone's just cringing. And James White, he's used to doing theatrics and all the rest of it, but he's just looking at everyone going, he's still talking. It's like 2 minutes into the Q&A and he's still there talking and saying about, Metzger and Westcott and Horton, this and that. And it's like, it should just be a very easy, let's ask a question here. And so I guess, but the thing is too, Bart Ehrman is dancing around all the information that Jonathan's saying and pretending that he doesn't understand it, where he does, but he's just deflecting. And so that's why Jonathan's forced into this position where he's saying, okay, I'm going to ask you this question, but I have to give you all this background to it. Because I've been in this position before with jerky Christians talking over me. And I'm like, well, man, and so I have to try and clarify it. And then they talk over you again and you have to try and clarify, or you're asking them a question and they're really snappy and it's like, I'll bring all this other homework to it. And then it just ruins the flow of everything. And so anyway, looks like Bart Ehrman's the boss. He can just do whatever he wants in debates, it looks like.
The first two sources you cited are not Jewish sources.
And look, do you think Sheffield is going to talk over him?
We don't have any Jewish sources from the period that talk about the tomb of Jesus. The Toledoth Jesu, as you probably know, is medieval.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that Bart Ehrman, when he's doing this debate, other people are writing to him this information. And he might know like a lot of it, but he's sort of making out that this is all just off the top of his head. And this is something that I've found, like listening to enough Bart Ehrman podcasts where he's being interviewed by that lady. They pretend it's not all scripted, but she'll ask a question and say, "Hey Bart, do you own a pet?" And Bart's like, "Oh well, yeah, I have my dogs," and and he'll talk about something like as if it's just a off the cuff question that he wasn't expecting, and they pretend it's like that. But then later on in the script, it's like, "Well, Bart, I was asking you a question about the dog. What about the dog? Jesus being called a dog in Psalm 22, or it's." And then he's got this elaborate answer for it, and it's like, nah, this is scripted. You can just tell, and that's fine. People can script stuff and pretend it's not. That's do whatever you want. But I do sort of get the feeling that because when he's answering questions, he's sitting back, he's looking in the same position the whole time, as if he's looking at a screen where someone like who's contemporary sort of to him or whatever, he's just giving him a whole bunch of answers or saying, hey, he's asked this question, go in this direction, or he's asked, he talked about these 3 Jewish sources. Here, look at this, bang, bang, bang. And then he's got it right in front of him, where I don't think this is off the top of his head stuff. Now, some of it could be off the top of his head. He does know a lot of stuff, but just the way that he's looking at the screen there, and like he wouldn't have had this stuff ready himself, because he's just asked the question and he's like, what Jewish people, and then so all of a sudden he's got these elaborate answers. To me, he's getting help from that. So that's what I think anyway. Could be wrong. Could be my Nick Sayers conspiracy. I could be proven wrong on that. But that's my theory anyway.
Yes, correct.
So it's a very critical account of Jesus that's very attacks Jesus and the stories about him. It's a complete counter narrative to the entire gospel. Mm-hmm. So I don't think the Toledoth is going to help you very much for your case about counter narratives.
So the question is, so we have 3 statements from Celsus that is interacting with the tomb argument. He doesn't, while he's trying to exploit weaknesses in the gospel arguments, he doesn't doubt the tomb.
Bart's still in that thing again. It looks like Elmer Fudd or something.
He actually makes fun of Christians, like, you're making fun of the people in Crete, but you guys worship the thing. So the question is, we have the 4 gospels that are referencing, and even though you believe they came out later, I'm assuming you would assume they come from earlier sources. Everywhere we look, there is this tomb narrative. So how do you rule out all those indications or lead that reference a tomb narrative? So you have the 4 gospels. Justin and Tertullian are at least communicating with Jews, and that's what the information they're passing on. You have Celsus. Obviously, you have an interesting allusion in the Satiricon about the tale of the Ephesian. You have the Nazareth description. So everything.
So this is where I would say this is one of those times where it's a bit of a filibust. You know what I mean? It's like, but he sort of has to do this. Look at Bart's face. He's like, but the thing is, it's getting to the point where, Bart's obviously he's not even answering the question. Like, he's talking over him, so he has to explain something else, and then he's going, okay, I'll just talk about those Jewish sources. I'm not going to talk about the other things, and so he has to explain longer and longer, which causes the audience to not like what Jonathan Sheffield is saying because it's going for so long, because Bart Ehrman is pretending that he's not getting it, sort of thing.
It seems to point to a tomb,
What the satiric Petronius doesn't say anything about an empty tomb.
Well, there's a tale of the Ephesian widow that.
That is not about Jesus. Have you read that?
Well, what I'm saying is it's an illusion.
It's a very interesting tale. It's very funny too, but it's gallows humor because it's all about how Romans did not bury people on the day they got crucified.
So the question is, we do have all these references.
So when you say all of these references,
and so that's one of the things that Jonathan's already won that, where Bart said they didn't bury people on the same day they got crucified. So that must be something that Bart's written in a book somewhere. It's become fact according to him, where Jonathan earlier just said no, according to how the rulers, like someone like Pontius Pilate, according to what they got in trouble for was coming against the local traditions. They're supposed to, if the local traditions aren't really a problem, if someone has to be buried by sundown or whatever, or before a Sabbath or whatever, they will just go, okay, we'll do that. That was part of the Roman Empire. They went and did that type of thing. When they were ruling over a culture, they allowed them to keep their traditions. And Pontius Pilate was in trouble for not keeping those traditions earlier on. So he would have been under scrutiny. And so, but Bart's just saying, no, the Romans didn't bury people after they were crucified the same day or something like that. And it's like, Jonathan's clearly pointed out that they did keep the local customs just so you didn't just upset absolutely everyone. And they're like, well, let's just have a revolt, sort of thing. You try not to have a revolt. You're trying to just extract taxes from them. You're trying to just rule over them. You're trying to establish your little corner of the empire. And you can't just go doing what you want. Yes, you do have authority. Yes, you do have power. But their own writings say that they respected the local customs and cultures. So if someone had to be buried before a Sabbath, they would have buried them before a Sabbath. That's just the way it is.
We should think about what the sources of information are. So what historians do is they try to figure out, how many sources of information do we have? Are they near to the time itself? Are they independent of each other? Do they corroborate each other?
Notice Jonathan's not talking over him. He can just talk over people and then he just chats forever, et
cetera, et cetera. And so you do that. So when it comes to the empty tomb, it is never mentioned by the Apostle Paul. It is never mentioned by any of the other authors of the...
What the empty tomb, like you got to have written in the Bible that Jesus said, I am Jehovah God, the light of the world or something. It's like, yeah, it doesn't say that exact thing, but all those things are alluded to or, half mentioned or, Bart's like, he didn't mention the empty tomb. It's like, he clearly talks about the resurrection. What do you expect happens with the resurrection? You get an empty tomb. But, this is just semantics. But this is where Bart Ehrman rules because he tries to befuddle people with, you didn't specifically talk about a tomb. And so if the word tomb, let's do a Google search. How many times does Paul mention the word tomb? Oh, he doesn't mention it. See, he doesn't mention the tomb. And it's like, oh gosh, are we dealing with like, you find this sort of stuff when you're debating a Jehovah's Witness.
New Testament.
But Paul does say he was buried.
Yeah, but being buried just means that they did something with his remains.
Wouldn't that be consistent with the empty tomb?
Yes, and be consistent with him being thrown into a mass burial spot.
This is just amazing. Anyway, I'll go a little bit further, and it's kind of exhausting to listen to someone like Bart Ehrman. I mean, I feel so sorry for people who are actually sucked in to this. It's just, man,
or being put into a ditch and have dirt covered over you.
Okay.
It doesn't say anything about an empty tomb.
And so the 4 gospel accounts.
So you got the 4 gospel accounts.
And they
Mark
all come
is the
from-
source, yes, but they're not independent sources. That's my point.
You notice this, and so they default back to, oh, the Bible's got contradictions in it. Oh, the Bible, the authors copied each other, and the consensus is that's what happened. You know, all my buddies in the academy, you know, that's what happened. You know, who probably have jobs there because of Bart Ehrman and other, you know, liberals. Or, you know, atheists, agnostics, hyper skeptics, all these type of people are in the academy. But then it's like, oh, the Book of Acts, oh, that can't be trusted either. That's probably end of the 2nd century. So it's just all over the place. And so it's like, instead of actually dealing with the fact that, like, I guess what you would have to do with someone like Bart Ehrman, you would have to ask him hypothetical questions and say, okay, hypothetically, if you believed my bibliology and my canon, could you see that that would be a historical resource for the resurrection? And he would have to say, oh yeah. But of course he doesn't believe that, because he has all these fanciful weird things that, you know, Peter couldn't write because he was just a dummy. You know, the whole book Forged is basically like, you know, Peter was dumb. And so he couldn't have written 2 Peter, you know, not the fact that you could have an amanuensis, or he could speak in Hebrew and someone could translate it. You know, that there's and the thing is too, when you read Acts chapter 2, read through Peter's sermon in the book of Acts, and he is fluently, you know, quoting scripture, elaborating on scripture, lining scriptures up together and saying these are talking about, you know, Christ, you know, and the resurrection. He wouldn't see corruption and all this sort of stuff. And he's put all that together. It's one of the best sermons in the whole Bible. And Peter did that. But you know, I guess Bart Ehrman, yeah, because I don't know where he stands, because everything is shifting. Like, you know, you picture Bart Ehrman's like, you know, you're standing in the middle of a lake and the ice all cracks, and you go to stand on one bit and it sinks and the other bit sinks, and you're just sort of trying to find anything that's sort of solid. That's what he wants you to be like. So when you're debating him, it's like trying to hold a slippery eel. It's like, oh, you can never pin it down, because you're saying, okay, well, he's looking for historical sources. Well, the book of Acts is a very good historical source. He's like, not according to me and my friends. Or it's like talking to a Jehovah's Witness, and it's like, no, the Trinity was invented at the Council of Nicaea. Like, you're just dealing with this type of idiocy. And yeah, the consensus of scholars, the consensus of critical text believing liberals and agnostics and skeptics, and the consensus of those guys who, you know, even if there is Christians there, they shouldn't be hanging around those guys. That they should practice the doctrine of separation. It says, mark those who cause divisions and teach things contrary to what you've learned, and avoid them. Have nothing to do with them. But, you know, the academy is filled to the back teeth with liberals and, you know, atheists and Mormons and, you know, Catholics and all sorts of weirdos, you know.
Right. So Matthew, Luke got it from Mark. So you don't have 4 independent sources. Justin talks about the memoirs.
You do have 4 independent sources.
Of the Apostles. He had the Gospels. Tertullian calls them Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and he read them. Both of them are basing their views about Jesus on the Gospels. So you don't have all of these sources. You have sources that are reliant on an earlier source that we have. You don't have any mention of an empty tomb until about the year 70 by somebody who's living in, somebody who was not living in Israel, gives no evidence he'd ever been in Israel.
So a resurrection is not an empty tomb. Like people talking about the resurrection, Book of Acts talking about the resurrection, Paul talking about the resurrection, all that's just nothing, because you've got to have the words empty tomb there. Okay, so I guess you've got to have the word Trinity in the Bible to believe the Trinity, or the word rapture in the Bible. You can't just get that teaching that encompasses that. you got to have those particular words, and like it'd be interesting for me just to go, okay, let's just quickly look up what does Paul say about the resurrection, and KJV verses. Now, this is the thing. Who knows where these guys stand with this? Because it's like arguing with a critical text guy, where you say, oh, well, Mark chapter 16, verse 13 says this or whatever. And they just go, oh, that's not in the Bible, And so perhaps they've actually gone through and a lot of the resurrection verses are morphed in the critical text. And so who knows? This is the problem you're dealing with, just shifting plates all the time, shifting ice. It's like thin ice. It's all cracking, and you're like, oh, I'll stand on this nut, and you fall through that as well. It's just nothing stable with these guys. Okay, so maybe I'll put that question into ChatGPT because it's a little bit better. ChatGPT, and I'll ask that. We'll see what verses come up. So core resurrection chapter is 1 Corinthians 15, 3-4. Now, what I want to do is I just want to see if there's anything like, I don't think the words tomb are going to come up, but would you think that there's no tomb? Or you think he's buried in a pit or something? Or did Paul think this? Christ died for our sins according to the scriptures and was buried, and that he rose again the third day according to the scriptures. He says according to the scriptures. Like, to me, this is Paul saying that the scriptures written, whether it's Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, I'm not decided on dates of all those yet, but he's talking about that. And so I'm pretty sure that was going back to, I think Stephen Boyce did a study on it, was going back to Luke or maybe Matthew. But yeah, according to the scriptures. So it's according to the writings, that would be according to one of the gospel accounts. So of course it's marrying up with that. Eyewitnesses, he was seen of Cephas, then of the 12, and after that he was seen of above 500 brethren at once. So he's saying the same story. So that same story says about the tomb. So you would naturally think he's talking about a tomb. If no resurrection, Christianity collapses. But if there be no resurrection of the dead, then Christ is not risen. And if he's not risen, then our preaching is in vain and your faith is also in vain. So it's not really a tomb thing, but the same thing, resurrection of the dead. It's like, okay, he rose up. Christ the first fruits, but now is Christ risen from the dead and is become the first fruits of them that slept. For as in Adam all die, even so in Christ shall all be made alive. Christ the first fruits, afterwards those that are Christ that is coming. The nature of the resurrected body, it's sown in corruption, raised in incorruption. So maybe what I should do, I should rewrite this question. And I will say, what does Paul say about that? And I'll say, Bart Ehrman says the tomb is not mentioned by Paul. Is this alluded to? So it says here, Bart Ehrman often argues Paul never mentioned the empty tomb. Therefore, the empty tomb tradition may be later. So that's technically true on the level of an explicit narrative detail. Paul never tells the story of the tomb like the Gospels do, but that's not the same thing as saying Paul had no concept of it. And then he's saying Christ died for our sins according to the scriptures. So something earlier that was said, and obviously he's saying he was seen by Peter and others. So it's pretty clear that it's going back to something else. But of course, to Bart Ehrman, he's already gone, oh, that there later, that's got contradiction. Oh, that's a fake. That's, so you don't know where the goalposts are. You're always double guessing, and you have to learn his thing, which is weird and strange and bizarre. And then you're on the thin ice. So the critical observation is Paul included a 3-part sequence: died, buried, and rose again the third day. This is widely recognized even by critical scholars as an early creedal formula, likely a few years after the crucifixion. Does buried mean rose, buried to rose imply an empty tomb? Paul doesn't say empty tomb in those exact words, but the logic of his wording strongly implies it. Buried, known location. In first century Judaism, burial was physical, locatable, and public. The body is placed in a tomb, not abstractly gone. Rose again the third day. This is temporal and bodily language. Third day implies continuity of the same body, a before and after state at the burial site. The natural reading, the body was buried, is one that rose, which logically entails the tomb did not still contain the body. So this is just ChatGPT. I'll just read through this and then we'll continue. Paul's theology requires a physical resurrection. Romans 8:11. He that raised up Christ from the dead shall also quicken your mortal bodies. Philippians 3:21. Who shall change our vile body that it may be fashioned like unto his glorious body? And 1 Corinthians 15:42-44. It is sown in corruption, it is raised in incorruption. So key points: Paul's model is transformation, not replacement. Same body, sown to raised, corruptible to incorruptible. It is not a ghost, a vision, only purely a spiritual event. If the body is raised, transformed, the tomb cannot still contain it. Okay. So the missing words versus present concept. The Ehrman argument hinges on this distinction. The empty tomb story, does Paul include it? No. Okay. Does he include the burial and resurrection sequence? Yes. Bodily transformation? Yes. Eyewitness claims? Yes. So the scholarly reality, even many non-conservative scholars admit the formula in 1 Corinthians 15 is very early. It strongly suggests belief in the bodily resurrection, which naturally coheres with an empty tomb. But they argue Paul doesn't explicitly narrate it. Therefore, the tradition could have developed later. And so, we've got burial plus resurrection is a material sequence, not a mystical language, not a metaphorical in Paul's argument. Paul's entire argument collapses without bodily continuity. 1 Corinthians 15 depends on physical resurrection logic. Third day implies a known burial site. That's very interesting. So the women had to go to a tomb, and the soldiers would have had to go to a tomb. So that's very interesting. Bart's big on where was this tomb? No one really knew, all this sort of stuff. And then now he's saying Jesus was just thrown into a ditch. But the women knew where the tomb was. The soldiers knew where the tomb was. So obviously the Romans knew where the tomb was. Eyewitnesses, there are presented as encounters with the risen Jesus, not visions of a still dead body. Bottom line, Ehrman is correct narrowly. Paul never says in those exact words empty tomb, but misleading broadly. Paul's framework assumes it. Paul gives you burial, resurrection, transformation, witnesses, which together form a coherent bodily resurrection model that logically entails an empty tomb, even if he doesn't narrate it like the Gospels. And that's the thing. He's already saying, okay, the scriptures say this, the scriptures say that. And so you say when he's talking in 1 Corinthians 11, he's talking about, how they would do like the Lord's Supper. He doesn't give all the details for that and say how, this happened, that happened. He just gives some brief details to let people know that that's exactly what he was talking about. So you could go back to the scriptures that are written already and read those accounts for yourself, instead of to appease the scholars in the future, we have to, write out exactly, word for word, exactly what happened in Matthew, And this is the problem. If they did that, then they would say, oh, they're just copying from Mark or Matthew or Luke or whatever they're doing. And then it's like, see, they're just copying from that. That means it's not original. It's not an original story. They just copied and pasted it in there. So it's you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. If they leave out tiny little details, but they have the bulk of it, it's like, oh, they didn't have this tiny little detail. And it's like, well, that's implied. And it's saying, in the scriptures are saying this, obviously the gospels are saying that. And so, yeah, he's just trying to create confusion by having this strange concept that you have to have every single detail. So together, it conforms a coherent bodily resurrection model that logically entails an empty tomb. And so, yeah, so that's what ChatGPT said. So it was pretty cool. Anyway, let's continue.
Alone Jerusalem gives no evidence he talked to any eyewitnesses. He is saying that there was an empty tomb. That's our source. So maybe 40 years later, somebody knows that the women went to the tomb, found it empty. But the other point to consider is that when historians look at their sources, they look for consistency. And the empty tomb is a big problem for people interested in consistency. How many women go there? What do they see there? Was the
So all these silly contradictions. How many women go there? Because Bart Ehrman doesn't read the Bible and he doesn't know the next verse talks about a plural, talking about the women. There were many women there, and so he's already made this contradiction claim. It's in print. He's been disproven, but he can't humble himself and say, "Hey, I was wrong." And surely Bart Ehrman should admit when he's wrong. Like, even if he just admitted, like, out of like 100 things, surely there could be one thing that's wrong. Like, surely he could be that humble, but he's not. He's just like doubles down and just keeps using these same tired arguments in his debates.
rolled away, or was it not rolled away? You can just go on and on. So if you have all of these inconsistencies about this story, and the story doesn't originate until 40 years after the event, how reliable is it?
Notice Jonathan's not talking over him. He's being polite. He's allowing him to talk. And this is where I guess the standing for truth thing is a bit better. A good debate should probably have, you ask the question, the person gets 30 seconds to a minute of uninterrupted answer, maybe something like that. Or I know on Standing for Truth, I think it's like 3 minutes. You get 3 minutes, and the other person they get to talk as well, and so and clarify things, but it's not like talking over each other. But yeah, anyway.
So that's my, I'm sorry, I'm not asking a question. I'm just saying, that's a rhetorical question.
Oh, Stephen, did you have something?
No, it's you. It's on you, bud.
Oh, okay. No, I saw you pop up. So I got a question, Dr. Ehrman. Setting aside authorship, because I know we talked about that last time. Now, all our references to where the Gospels were published, because remember, the churches did receive the publication, so there was a physical transaction. So when we go to church leadership or those in a position to oversee the records, the information that's coming in, they all report. And so remember, these are officials overseeing these churches by the apostles, say that Matthew was published in Judea. Now, the question I have for you is, well, yes, I have Eusebius, I have Jerome, I have Irenaeus. My question for you is, who is your ancient source that says Mark was published in 70 AD, and where and who? I mean, what church did it first go to? How does it end up at the Church of Rome? Who, I mean, Paul's letters, he's obviously sending them out, and they're from Paul, and we find those in the churches. we find Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John in Rome and all these churches who delivered. So who's your Pisistratus, essentially, who's delivering these texts to the churches?
I can almost guarantee you, Bart Ehrman will say, what's this got to do with the resurrection? Which is, it's got everything to do with it, because he's trying to dismantle all of the sources behind it. So,
because the churches who received the publication, and those would be the witnesses who received it. So whether they received it in 70 AD or 120, did it go first to Rome, or was it at Ephesus? Where did Mark first show up? The
answer is we don't know. But
the churches did receive it. So they did receive this text.
We don't know which churches received it. We don't know we don't know which churches first had it. We don't know about its location. We don't.
But Irenaeus, who is quoting from Mark, you would say in the 2nd century, his church eventually received it. So the question is,
they get put in circulation, but we don't know who started. Well, normally what happened in the ancient world is when an author wrote a book, he would circulate it among his friends or among people who might be interested in it. And if he wanted copies, they'd have copies made, and if other people wanted copies would be made, and so it would circulate. But if you have the later copies, for Mark, for example, we don't have a full copy of Mark until about the year 375. So at least 300 years after it was written. But based on that copy, you don't know where it originated.
Correct, but the churches themselves, if they received it, so if the bishop, Clement of Rome, if he got a text from Paul, obviously he's a witness to that transaction. So at one point, the texts have to show up. And the question for you is, what's your mechanism for the circulate? They can't just show up out of nowhere. Someone has to.
As I said, then people make copies. And then
who are the people? Who are the people that got it to the Church of Rome?
Clement never quotes the book of Mark, Clement of Rome. So I don't know if he had the book of Mark or not.
No, but he did get the letters of Paul, so that was a physical transaction. And in Paul's churches, they did receive Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. So
what makes you think that?
Well, they're quoting from it.
Paul never quotes Matthew, Mark, Luke.
No. I'm talking the churches of Paul. So
Paul never. And see, this is another thing, another goalpost shift. Which books is he saying are forgeries? Because he's like, there's 14 books of Paul and 7 of them are forgeries, this type of thing. So if it's in one that he's saying, it's a forgery, then, you're like, but it's not a forgery. And then you have to go into that whole argument. And usually it's just like, Paul, said something that's almost on par with what Homer said over here. He used one Greek word. It's similar. And so we know that was later on, and this type of thing. And so it's just, again, semantics. And, 2 Peter with Peter, he's just an illiterate fisherman. How could he write that? That type of thing. So that's a forgery too. So, and this is the thing, when you're a Christian and you're going through and you're debating these guys, it's like you're just debating people who, like I said, it's like trying to describe World War II without Hitler, without Churchill, or without America. And you're trying to describe it, but every time you go, and then the Allied forces is like, who? Of the Allied, just the English guy. America doesn't exist. That's right. That's what you think. And you've always got to get into their deranged order of things, which is just all over the place. They've just gotten everything and just scattered it. So when we come to the table, like if I was to debate Stephen Boyce or Jonathan Sheffield, we would have, we might be in disagreement about, exactly when a book was written, but we know it's 1st century. We know the whole Bible was written 1st century. These guys are like, no, it's probably end of the 2nd century, type of thing. And it's just bizarre. It's strange. And so
Rome, obviously, after Paul died.
Yeah, by the mid 2nd century or so, people do have access to the Gospels in various parts of the Roman Empire. That's right.
And like I just read, Paul said, Jesus died according to the Scriptures. What Scriptures is he talking about? How does Paul know? And it says clearly that Jesus took bread and said, this is my blood, this is my body. What's he talking about there? And where did he get that from? Obviously from a gospel.
So after 70 AD, the apostles are gone, the disciples, the followers. Who is organizing? Pisistratus distributed the Homeric text throughout. Who is your Pisistratus to orchestrate this after all the apostles are dead?
This will have to be your last question here, Jonathan. Then Dr. Ehrman can answer it.
We don't know.
Well, so my question is to you: if we have all these churches who didn't receive the publication at some point in time, where is the rebuttal testimony coming? Why are we doubting their testimony if we can't provide an alternative hypothesis to say, hey, so-and-so and so-and-so distributed out? If Rome is a witness to that text and they have it in their congregation and they're reading it to the people, it had to show up at one time. And if they're saying that Peter authorized Mark's version to go in there, and we don't know that the Romans are saying that early on. Well, no. What we have is their ambassadors, their bishops who oversee the records in these churches.
I don't know what you're talking about. We don't have any record of bishops in Rome overseeing records.
Okay, so we're gonna have to.
And if they did, I don't know why that would demonstrate the record.
I think Stephen Boyce probably should have let that continue because it was probably the only. It was like I think Sheffield was trying to bring it to a bit of a crescendo there, and it sort of run out of time. Just to run an extra minute wouldn't have hurt.
Resurrection.
No.
The distribution of a book has no bearing on the truth claims of a book.
Correct.
There are millions of copies of Mein Kampf in circulation. The fact they're in circulation doesn't say anything about the truth claims in the book.
No,
so if you've got the Gospels circulating through the Roman Empire, that has no bearing on the truth claims of the Gospels.
No, correct. And the point that I was...
Yeah, I gave us extra on that. I promise I gave us extra on that one. So we're going to have to let Dr. Ehrman ask the questions now. I'm trying to be conscientious of everybody's time. And this is the last 10 minutes, folks. So any last minute questions coming in, you got 10 minutes to turn them in. All right. And then we're going to your questions for the panelists. Dr. Ehrman, I will start the time. You got 10 minutes to cross-examine Jonathan.
Okay, so I might finish it there. It's nearly been 4 hours. And I guess I'll probably just have one more video to do, perhaps. And no doubt, Bart Ehrman is just going to talk over Jonathan, misrepresent him, get him to say 4 or 5 words and then talk over the top of him. And so that's what we expect from Bart Ehrman. That's just the way he rolls. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed this. Helg says, no, now he's just pretending, but really is the great pretender. Yeah, when you ask questions on a scholarly level, he should just come out and say exactly, like he pretends he can't understand what's going on. And the thing is, when you listen to Jonathan Sheffield, I mean, the average person mightn't be able to understand what's going on. Like a good example for this is when Wes Huff he's invited on the Cultish show to talk about how King James onlyism is a cult. Okay. And so obviously, TR people, King James people, everyone tunes in and we're watching it. And Wes has asked, do you know about the Anglican scholar, Dean Burgon? And he's like, no, I don't. And so to me, that proves that he didn't really understand what James White was talking about when he said, like, say, 1 Timothy 3:16, that he agrees with the reading of Os there with the Textus Receptus. And that's quite a shock to a lot of critical text guys that James White goes against pretty much everyone there. and he's agreeing with the TR position. But and so where was I going with that? This is why I want to shut down, because I'm starting to get tired in my mind. But now I've completely lost my train of thought. And this happens. Swim around the fishbowl, and I've forgotten my own name. I've forgotten where I live. If I was on the streets and the police picked me up and I had this type of moment, I'd be thrown in the back and probably put into a mental institution. No, so where was I going with that? Maybe I should just shut it down. I had a whole thing worked out, and I bet you it comes to me right at the last minute. I'll be just about to click the end stream. It's like, oh, that's right. You know. What was I talking about? James White. I was rabbit trailing, wasn't I? Anyway, Helg says one cannot convince Ehrman on historical basis. It takes a miracle. Yeah, I guess the thing is too, like, people assume that if you give enough information to someone, they will make the right decision with that information. I've found that to be false, and I've found out the hard way. Like, you just meet people and you're like, oh, all they need is just to know this thing or this little bit of information, or they just need to know that Benny Hinn's off the wall, and I'll show them this tape and then they'll know, you know. They obviously don't know these things, and then they watch everything that I've given them, and then they're like, I don't care. I like Benny Hinn. You know, it's like, oh, what do you do with that? What do you do with people who just want to, like Martin Luther said, he said people want to be deceived, and people delude themselves. And so, yeah, it just makes you wonder with Bart. But, you know, we can pray for these guys. We can pray for Bart, Dan McClellan, CJ Cornthwaite. There's a whole bunch of people at the moment who are getting very popular on the internet. And of course, you know, there are people like, when I listen to Myth Vision, it's ridiculous. The stuff they're coming out with is so ridiculous, but people are just sending like $100 what do you call it, super chats, and just saying what you're saying is amazing. And I'm there going, man, even as a non-Christian, I would have found this just dumb. You know, it's just silly. They're just trying to relate Christianity to paganism, no matter what. If there's a cloud in some pagan story, well, Jesus is coming in the clouds. There you go. It matches up, you know. It's ridiculous. But anyway, I've completely forgotten what I was going to talk about. So that means it's a good time for me to exit. I'm 1 minute shy of doing the 4 minute thing. That's 4 hour thing. So obviously I'm starting to wind down. I'm starting to collapse. Inception, the dream is collapsing. That's what's happening in my mind. It's like a whole chandelier of thoughts, and it just crashed to the ground, and it's all in splinters, and I'm just here embarrassing myself. So I'm going to go, but I really appreciate all the interaction and you guys sticking with me through this. And we'll continue on. Probably maybe next weekend I'll do another part. It might be just one more part, but it depends how lively the Q&A gets. The questions from the audience, I should say, gets. But apart from that, Helg, God bless you. Good to see you. And we'll catch up soon. God bless.